Alright, so what I am going to do though is I'm going to mute it because the theme of this game is Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster Cult. And of course, you know how YouTube and Twitch is, and they're going to be like, well, you obviously are stealing someone's intellectual property. So let's see. So you just have to imagine that really cool music is being played. Well, you know, the best way to steal something is to play a video game where that music is in. Okay, so let me get this straight. So the seasons don't fear the Reaper. And the wind, sun, rain? Them neither? Whoa. Alright, hold on. I gotta check this. Hold on. I gotta Wikipedia this. Wikipedia says, it's just a song, you idiot. Oh crap. I hit the wrong button. How do I mute it? I thought I was supposed to have desktop audio muted. Audio output? Does that work? Is that fixed? Is that muted? Huh. I'm bad at this game. Not this game, but... There we go, that stopped it.
I hope you haven't eaten yet, Quinlan.
What am I doing wrong on OBS?
Figured you'd get here sooner or later, Quinlan. You can't get enough of this story, can you?
I think everyone's had enough of this story, Magnata.
So I tried audio output, I tried turning that off, and I also tried turning desktop audio off. Maybe that might be it. I wonder if there's a command for it. But either way, there's not much more. Like, you know, she goes, ah, and then it goes to this, basically. Damn it. Oh, well, it'll mute part of it. Hopefully it won't mess me up. Or I could try something else. Give me just a second, everybody. Okay, let's try it like this. Where I can have them separate. Rewards enabled. Don't show me that. Cool. Is it gonna do that as a separate thing or what? Whatever, we'll figure it out. Figure it out one day. Anyway. Looks like somebody left an awful mess. Filter sharpen, scanner wipe. Deck port interface, Transtech. Angelware installed, address NYCFL Victorian. I don't think that gives us any information other than Victorian. Thank you.
Cold Carl Stasiak. We gotta stop meeting like this. Carl!
It's just a mini camcorder.
Sorry, Quinlan. What'd you say?
This game takes place in the far off year of 2040 something, I believe. It takes place in the future. Let me double check. 2040. Okay. Yeah, so it takes place, a good bit in the future. So now the police dress like this. They look ridiculous. Maybe for 2040 it's not ridiculous. And they also wear these they're Egyptian bling, so. And they
Is there
use
any
portable
difference between this
camcorders.
murder and the previous ones?
It was identical. Absolutely identical. It was a precision cut. A perfect line. And the way he empties out the body cavity. The way the organs are blown all around the room.
So it's the same killer?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the organs, they're completely cut to pieces. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's amazing.
Any clues to how it's done?
Don't ask me. You'd think I'd be used to seeing things like this by now. But I'm not. Whoever did this is beyond madness. It's pure evil.
I'm thinking he's starting to be a little affected by this.
Any progress in the investigation?
Who knows? Trying to get anything out of Magnotta is next to impossible. Besides, if he does have a lead, you sure as hell never share it. He might lose his bounty if he does that.
Well, you've been working with Magnotta for years, Carl. What's your hunch?
Well, something's bugging him. Who am I to talk? I'm having nightmares about this. I've been a forensic photographer for 22 years, and nothing's ever got to me like this. Now I can't sleep.
No, you just need a vacation, that's all.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Any idea what weapon he's using?
Take a look at this mess. It has to be something big. A sword or a machete or something. Just can't cut through all that bone and muscle with a dagger. And the strength it would take to make a cut like that, he must be an enormous man. You know Vic Farley?
Yeah, the pathologist over at the Medicock.
He knows a lot more about murder weapons than I do. You should talk to him.
Also, what's funny is that, in general, when you talk to people, if you talk to them again, after you've used up all the dialogue, a lot of times they say something to the effect of, "Leave me alone. Stop talking to me."
I'm trying to do my job, Quinlan. Bad enough I gotta look at this. I don't need you looking over my shoulder.
See? And this is also one of the places you can use the arrow keys to navigate for some reason. And of course, he's there staring at me.
Don't go taking any souvenirs, Quinlan.
Same MO as the others?
You got it. Look around you, asshole. If anything, this is more gruesome than the other two. Hell of a lot more splatter.
Who's the victim?
Name's Stein. Renee Stein. Age 43. Book editor over at Knopf.
Any
No.
connection to the other two?
Well, let's see. Estevez was a programmer. Mendler a dry cleaner. It'll take me 48 hours to run it down, but there's no connection here.
You have any clues?
No sign of forced entry, nothing's disturbed. 2 sets of prints, hers and her mother's. The only thing not where it should be is this woman's insides.
But what about witnesses? I mean, this guy must have been a bloody mess, even if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's Greenwich Village. Somebody must have seen him.
As far as I know, he left us with 1 witness, and she's feeling a little fragmented at the moment. This guy is un-fucking believable.
Why is her computer on, Magnotta?
Well, it looks like she was in a public library node. Well, let me ask you a question. You got any mail lately? Maybe a little something from your pen pal?
He writes after the fact, not before. You should know that, Magnotta. I wouldn't hold out on you.
Of course not. You've been very good about sharing what you know with me and several million other people. I should have busted you when you ran that first letter without letting us know about it. All right, visiting hour's over. There's nothing here you haven't seen at the other murder sites except a few extra gallons of body fluids.
Well, you shouldn't be touching anything, should you?
Body fluids.
I guess this case has me rattled.
I'm starting to think that wasn't an accident.
Object scanned into database. Incoming WAC transmission.
Now with new cup scanning technology.
Quinlan here. Hey, Catherine.
Hey Jake, how are things there?
Well, it's very red.
Well, anything different this time?
Just the name, Catherine.
Listen, Jake, something's come up here.
Something about the Ripper?
Might be nothing. I don't know. Could be something big. Just wait for me at the newsroom and I'll let you know as soon as I find out.
Now talk to me. What's going on?
I have to go. Trust me.
Who's in charge here?
Well, after last night, I'd say that I am.
So all of a sudden you don't have to explain yourself to me?
Look, if you don't hear from me in an hour, just go to my apartment and wait for me there. You can hang out with my crystals.
Catherine. Shit.
So now this is one of the puzzles. Of course, this is the first puzzle of the game. Fun part is I found out through the speedrun, you don't actually have to do this puzzle. But I'm going to do it anyway.
This shattered mug had something written on it.
Because by the time you get to the point that it matters, the game assumes you did it anyway. So you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But why not? So the thing about it is that it's a three-dimensional object. So you have to understand about perspective. And notice how the last thing that you clicked is going to be the topmost object. So you have to kind of remember that as you're putting it together, and that right-clicking rotates it. So again, obviously the body's the biggest part, so typically you want to start with that. And it is also the lowest most part. So let's see if I can remember the right way to do this. Let's see. If only my brain worked.
If you only had a brain.
That's right. If I only had a brain. Actually, I think this piece is the lowest most piece. And I don't know if the puzzle difficulty affects it, about how tight you have to be with it, but it's not really hard, because once you click it, you hold it, and then you just click it again to drop it. There you go.
Give me a pin.
Alright, what's next? No, that doesn't go back there. I know it should be this. And I know that's at one point, but I don't think that's yet. There's that. I'm pretty sure that goes like that. That's how that goes. See, that's what I was forgetting. Make sure that's on top. Get that. Then this. Then that. Easy peasy. It's not as hard as it seems. Once you...
Salisbury. I wonder what that means.
So then, of course, from here, you can go to the globe. You can hit Alt-W, or you can, watch him, he's agreeing with me. He's saying, yes, that's what you can do. He's a very nice man. Or you can also find the door, which also takes you to the world map.
What's going on, Ben? Did Catherine get a break in the Ripper story?
I don't know, Jake. I thought you were the lead reporter in the story.
Well, so did I. Do you know what she's up to?
She's your assistant. You tell me. She ran out of here like the place was on fire.
Did another letter from the Ripper come in?
No, you know he doesn't send them to anybody but you.
Then I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. Catherine and I met on the job. Despite reminding myself that mixing love and work can get messy, it didn't take long for it to become more than a professional relationship. She was supposed to be my assistant, but she was beginning to act like it was her story. I only hoped that whatever lead she had, she wasn't in over her head.
Incoming WAC transmission. Source unknown.
Dear boss, have you seen my work this morning yet? Your stories make the cops seem so confident. None of you know how I do it. You never will. You shouldn't let your girlfriend do your work for you. She is close to me, and I'm not laughing. She's my next job. She gets it today. The story's all yours. Yours truly, Ripper.
Catherine.
Quinlan, where are you going? Quinlan! Quinlan!
Usually it takes an hour to cross that part of Manhattan. I did it in 20 minutes, propelled by kicking myself in the ass for letting Catherine go out alone. I was scared as hell when I got there, but everything looked okay in her apartment. Until Catherine showed up, that is. Catherine, what is going on here? Catherine, what is it? What is wrong? What happened? What? No, Catherine. Catherine, no. Fuck. Catherine, please, Catherine. Fuck!
What a response.
Still alive.
That's the
The
prologue,
good
ladies
news
and
was
gentlemen.
Catherine wasn't dead. The bad news was that she was in a coma deeper than anyone thought possible. The ever-helpful Detective Magnata had her brought to the Tribeca Center for Cyber Studies, also known as the Metacog. Meanwhile, I stopped off at the police station to see a few sources and try to retrieve Catherine's portable whack. Hopefully, she'll have left me a message.
Hey, Quinlan. The Ripper strikes again. I guess we'll be seeing your work on the front page again. Another body and another byline.
You know, if you just catch this guy, Brandon, I could go back to writing the police blotter on page 12.
Sorry to hear about your partner. She was a nice girl. I liked her when she came around here.
She used to come down here?
Came down here all the time. She used to do your legwork.
Right. I can't do everything, can I? What about the library? That was the last place Stein was seen alive.
Standard operating procedures to copy all libraries. C-space files, that kind of stuff.
Well, how can I get my hands on what they found?
Hell, Quinlan, it's a public library. We just copied the files. Everything's still there.
I'll tell you, Lou. Magnata wasn't all too together at the murder site.
It's lucky for you.
No, I'm serious. There was this one strange thing.
Strange?
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that he intentionally destroyed a piece of evidence.
It won't be the first time.
Well, he's done it before?
Yeah, he hides it, he destroys it, he withholds it, you name it.
This is common knowledge.
Yeah, he's like king shit at a bounty collecting, and the chief gets a piece of it. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know how this place works.
Forensics come up with anything yet?
Apparently, this pathologist over at the Metacog, he's come up with this theory. He thinks that the Ripper may have been using nanomachines to do it. This is the hottest lead we got.
Uh-oh, nanomachines.
You know, Lou, I think it's time I bribe a photographer. Where's Stasiak?
It's in Wyoming.
Oh, come on, Brandon. He's the only guy I haven't really talked to. You never know what he might have picked up on.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. He picked up on too much. I'm not kidding with you. He went to Wyoming. The case was too much for him, and he took a leave of absence.
Stasiak. Cold Carl Stasiak.
Yeah, Get this, after the Stein murder, his wife calls and says Carl needed a little vacation. So that was it. He just got up, no goodbyes, no nothing. He didn't even give me a call. Fuck. Jesus, Quinlan, I'm talking to reporters all day long, okay? If they see me talking to another one, I'm screwed. Check back with me later.
Yep, so basically, if you're out of dialogue options, no matter who it is, they pretty much tell you to get the hell away from them. Stop asking them questions. Which is kind of a funny detail. At least this futuristic police station has handrails. Although it's curious as to why it's like this at all, but hey, who am I to complain?
Oh, Christ. What do you want?
Some respect, Spankowski. You know, you really shouldn't talk to me like that.
I shouldn't be talking to you at all, you goddamn leech. What do you want? Some of us gotta work for a living.
Right. I need the evidence in the Powell case.
No way, Quinlan. That could be my job.
Spanky, Spanky, Spanky. I own you. And you're just gonna have to learn to live with it. Or, do you prefer I go down to the DA's office and tell them about a little evidence selling incident?
Jesus Christ, Quinlan. How long is this gonna go on, huh?
For the rest of your life. When I'm 80 years old, I'm gonna come in here and tell you to shine my shoes. You're gonna jump and do it, asshole. So why don't you just go and get the evidence in the Powell case and be quick about it, or I'm gonna make you kiss my ass. You stop moving like a fucking turtle? Where's Catherine's whack?
Whack?
Her computer, asshole. It's supposed to be here.
Magnotta took it home. He's always taking evidence. The guy thinks he owns the place.
So of course I could go the long way to go around, but check this out. Boom. I start you back at the beginning area so I can skip all that walking. Which is what I do with the speed run. So. I don't think it'll let me go to the little, yeah, it won't let me go over there just yet. There's one place over there that you can go to, but I think you can only do it in Act 2. I'll have to check back and see if there's another time I can do it. So yeah, there's a few places you can get different dialogue options, but they only change the cutscenes. They really don't change much else.
Hamilton Marford, eh? Does this have something to do with the Ripper?
Object scanned into database. Object scanned into database.
Looking for something, Quinlan?
No, I just need to ask a few questions.
Because if I find out you're going through my stuff, I'll be glad to give you 72 hours on the tombs for tampering with an investigation.
Sling your shit at someone else, Magnotta. It's not my fault you can't catch this guy.
No, you see.
It's so good, man.
Who is Wofford?
You were looking at my stuff. Did you think I was kidding about arresting you?
Well, it's not like you were hiding it. And we already ran the story in the Herald, so it's not really news to me. He was a cyber architect, right? See, what interests me, though, Magnotta, is that you have a month-old file lying on your desk. Does it have something to do with the Ripper?
You're lucky I'm in a good mood today, Conan, because You come this close to finding out what it's like to be a human shish kebab rotating in one of our fine penal institutions. But
Penal.
off on that.
He's got a bit of an old fixation, doesn't he? Jeez.
What's with this place you sent Catherine to?
Well, it's the best of its kind for flatliners. And it's got a doctor named Burton who practically invented the field. She's a real ball breaker, though.
What do you got on the Powell case?
Look, just because you two played tiddlywinks in your birthday suits doesn't mean I'm going to open police files for you. For all I know, you're a suspect. I mean, you were the only one there.
Any new developments?
Yeah, the pile of bodies is getting bigger. I got crazies coming out the woodwork to confess. This Ripper's been spotted more times than Elvis. The mayor's on my ass. She wants to revoke my jurisdiction. I don't break this soon, every cop in Manhattan be looking to get a piece of my bounty.
And you accuse me of getting rich off the Ripper. Are you aware that there's evidence missing in the Powell case?
What the hell are you talking about? There's no evidence missing.
Well, Catherine's whack, for example. Spankowski says you have it.
Well, then it's not missing, is it? Worry about your own business. Leave the police work to me. I'm usually real cooperative with the press. You know that. But watch yourself on this one, Quinlan.
It's glorious, isn't it? So let's see. Let's go to the Tribeca Center next. I mean, after all, he's gonna go see his little GF, right?
Metacog, hold on. Metacog, hold on. Metacog, hold on. May I help you all for something?
Beg your pardon?
I said, can I help you? What'd you think I said?
Nothing. I'm looking for whoever's taking care of my girlfriend, Catherine Powell.
That would be Dr. Burton. Take the elevator to the second floor and make a right. If she's not there, go to ICU down the hall from there. Whatever you do, don't stand too close to her.
Why's that?
A little chilly.
Right. What can you tell me about this Dr. Burton?
She's the boss. I can't tell you anything. Not here anyway.
Where's Farley?
In the basement. Take the elevator, follow the smoke.
Smoke?
Yeah. As you know, Farley's not the cleanest pathologist going. But we haven't had any complaints from his patients yet. And he's a soft touch for a smoke. If it wasn't for him, we'd never have any fun around here.
Okay, what's she implying? He's a soft touch and talking about having fun?
Girl, did he really tell you that? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No. Oh, hold on. Sorry, handsome. I'm kind of busy. But, I'm off on a break in a little while if you're interested in hanging out with somebody who's not in a coma.
And this woman is down bad for Quinlan.
I'm back. Yeah.
I don't know if it's that leather jacket or what.
Did you really?
It's because she saw the 10th Kingdom, that's what it was. She's like, ooh, wolf. She said, wolf, how about we do it doggy style? Yeah, he's pretty good. Oh, Sky Cohen.
Sexy?
Depends.
You still sexy?
Which actually, that's one thing I will say that if any of you guys are on Twitter, I would suggest finding Scott Cohen, you know, and telling him that he had an accident somewhat recently. Luckily, I believe everybody's okay. You know, I don't believe anybody was seriously injured or anything like that. But you know, if you could send some well wishes his way.
He's sexy.
Hey, Vic. What's for lunch?
Hey, Quinlan.
It's Vic Vinegar.
They working you hard?
Working me like crazy these days.
Hey, is this Renee Stein?
Are you kidding? You were at the crime scene. You saw her insides splattered everywhere.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Nah, this woman was married to her ripper. Husband's a businessman away on a trip for 3 weeks. He gets paranoid that his partner's putting it to her while he's gone, so he flies home early and shoots her to death. I mean, stuff like that. That's why I never got married, you know? I had my chances, though, you know?
Any luck figuring out the Ripper's weapon yet?
I'm completely stumped. I did every test on these stiffs. I mean, a computer cross-matched the wounds with every kind of blade imaginable. Nothing. I mean, it's like a cross between a Vegematic and a diamond cutter.
Come on, Vic. Something must have cut these people open.
Nothing these computers can find. Now, you don't believe me? Look at those control panels by the stiffs.
You hear about my partner?
Who's that?
Catherine Powell. She was attacked by the Ripper. Somehow she got away. She's upstairs in a coma. Dr. Burton's treating her.
Oh, your friend's in good hands. Burton's a good doctor. And if she gets stuck, she'll probably call in her secret weapon.
What's that?
A guy named Joey Falconetti.
Joey Falconetti. Who's Joey Falconetti?
Cyberspace expert that Burton uses on all our tough cases. Also known by his old C-Space handle, Falconetti. Get it? Crazy guy. Likes looking at the bodies. I'm surprised she hasn't called him in yet to look at your friend.
What do you mean?
Well, he's the best there is on human-to-human decking. She usually calls him in on that kind of stuff, but not on the Ripper work.
Where can I find this Falconetti?
Difficult guy to find. Burton usually goes to a guy named Gamut Nelson. He passes the time at the Cafe Duchamp.
Duchamp, Vic.
Duchamp. Well, you can find him there. Hey, Quinlan, I got a serious craving for a capicola hoagie from Fat Al's. Now, if you're in the neighborhood, could you get me one? Now, hold it on the hot peppers. My ulcer is killing me. Yeah.
Like how he's the only one who doesn't just like tell you to, they just tell you off. He's like, hey, could you get something for me? Pretty chill.
Here's an isolation of just one of the organs from this body. The lines indicate the many cuts made for this organ. The sheer number of cuts isn't the only amazing thing, though. Watch this. All of those cuts happen simultaneously. Human hand can't move that fast. And it was like this for every organ in the body.
It turns out it's a robot, actually.
I tapped the nerve memory of this victim and fed it into the simulator so that I could reenact the attack. $1 million piece of hardware. And look what it gives me.
Jesus. Looks like she swallowed a fucking grenade.
Notice the path of the cut. Not 1 centimeter offline, like a seam was undone. Now, no human could have done this.
Because humans aren't strong enough?
It's not just strength, it's precision. He's cutting through skin, muscle, bone. No way this cut could be so neat. I'll tell you what else is weird. There are no traces of fabric in the wound.
What are you doing here?
My name's Jake Quinlan. I'm a friend of Catherine's.
Quinlan.
How is Catherine? Is she gonna be all right?
It doesn't look good. Her consciousness is deeply withdrawn.
Withdrawn? What's that mean?
It means her mental processes, her memory, the basic building blocks of her personality are inaccessible.
You mean she's in there, but you can't reach her?
That's a best-case scenario. We haven't yet diagnosed her psychic damage.
Well, is she gonna be all right?
It doesn't look good. She's still in triage. We're going to just have to wait and see.
What are you doing for her?
I'm not doing anything for her as long as I'm standing here talking to you. Why don't you let me get back to work?
Like how she's being really dodgy. It's like, that's not, you know that's not what he meant.
How did the Ripper do this?
It's hard to tell. She had some minor contusions on her head, nothing fatal, but you never know with head injuries. We won't know anything until we can get a data angel in there to do some investigating.
You can get a data angel into the consciousness of someone in a coma?
I'm not sending anyone in there until I've had a chance to fully map her psychic damage. Now, if you don't mind.
I mind. How did Catherine survive the attack?
Who knows? Maybe she fought him off. More likely, someone or something interrupted the Ripper before he could finish.
Something? What, like a zombie? It's like, I just love how she's just being needlessly cryptic just the whole way through. Fortunately, there's a lot of screen tearing, I know. I don't know any way to deal with that, just because of the way the game is. What's interesting is it has Paul Giamatti, and this was before he was, like, a big name, really.
You here to check on Miss Powell?
Yeah. She looks pretty bad. Is there anything you can do for her?
She's in good hands. And she'll be in even better hands once Dr. Burton allows us to treat her.
Was there any hope for Catherine?
Not at the way we're going. We haven't even established an etiology, let alone begun to treat it. We've downloaded megabytes of fragmented images, sensations, memories, but not much that helps us at this point.
Anything that might help ID her attacker?
Well, there's an image on one of the monitors in the lab that's displaying an image we retrieved from Catherine's short-term memory. Now, she saw the person who attacked her, but in this condition, her mind can only assemble an extremely distorted image of him or her.
Well, can we make it clear, or maybe use a computer to fill it out?
No. Catherine's brain will have to produce the image. The only way to help Catherine is to restore the memories and personality the Ripper destroyed.
What are Dr. Burton's plans for treating her?
If she has something in mind, she hasn't told me about it. She's blocking everything except the most conservative treatments. We've started to assemble data on the patient's past. We're maintaining life support. That's it.
Well, so fucking what? I mean, she doesn't know what to do. I thought she was the best in her field.
She's one of the best. I don't know what it is about this case. There's something here she's not telling us.
Have the cops said anything?
No, not to me. Dr. Burton's the attending physician. Although I have noticed that scary-looking detective who checked Powell in keeps coming back. Him and Burton got into it yesterday.
They had a fight.
Oh, that's an understatement. They look ready to kill each other. God knows what it was about.
I don't understand this. How can you rebuild Catherine's memory?
Well, the way we always do in a case like this. We assemble all the data we can about the patient's past. Life experiences, food she likes to eat, favorite movies, information on who her friends were. Then we upload all that back into the brain and hope that it triggers enough associative reactions to restore her memory.
What are the odds of this working?
Success rate's very high. I mean, we may not retrieve everything, but we should get around 90% or so.
What can I do to help restore that image of the Ripper?
Dig up everything you can about the Ripper, especially anything Catherine knew about the case. And of course, none of it's going to be of any use until Dr. Burton allows us to send a data angel into her brain, but we'll worry about that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep on moving. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to see if I can talk to her again. So I know there's some extra dialogue you can get going around doing all the stuff. Nothing? Okay. Ah! Sometimes you get crashes like that. Let's see what's next. Let's go to Cafe Duchamp.
Is that a Quentin model whack you've got there? Let me see. I've been grepping for one of these for months. These are tough to find if you're not in the professions. What are you, a lawyer?
Reporter for the Herald.
Low end of the pay scale, eh?
Tell me about it.
You should work for yourself. There are thousands of ways to make money in the net. Believe me, I know.
Do you know Joey Falconetti?
Joey Falconetti. I haven't done business with that scoundrel in years. Talk about profiteering in the net.
But do you know him?
Eddie and I owned part of an emoticon franchise. You know, one of those sea-spaced emotional counter zones? This was years ago. Legitimate business, you see, but Eddie's a thief by nature. Robbed it blind. We had to sell out to some Palestinians in New Dallas. I haven't worked with Eddie since, but I keep an eye on him so he doesn't pilfer any of my holdings.
Do you know where I can find Falconetti?
You don't. The Falcon usually finds you and takes your money.
Well, lucky for me, I'm broke. A grave digger named Farley at the Metacog told me that you might be a link to finding him.
What's your interest? You out to kill him?
Well, it's not killing I had in mind.
Oh, well, somebody's gonna whack that bird one of these days. Eddie's consciousness is inside a few hundred terabytes of well space with his body safely hidden. I set Metacog up with a guy named Twig. Lives out in Hoboken. He seems to always know where Eddie's at. Eddie usually presents himself with video. He likes to show off.
Hoboken. Mr. Nelson, what's your background with cyberspace?
Got some time? That would take a while. I've been decking with the global net since it went online. Present at the creation, let's say. That's why thugs like Falconetti disappoint me. Damn waste of talent.
Now check this guy out. He's hilarious.
Been reading your copy, Quinlan. You might nail this freak before the police do.
Just asking questions, seeing where the answers take me. Kind of slow in here.
Yeah, the Rippers really put a damper on anonymous sex these days.
How about a beer?
Yeah, sure thing.
Look at this poor job.
Try this one. It's called Viper Pills. Goes down real smooth. It's got some bite. On the house. Just nail the Ripper so that my customers can get drunk in public again, huh?
Okay. Cheers.
Best part is you can keep asking him for a beer. It's ridiculous.
What do you know about Gambit Nelson?
Gambit. Gambit's been coming in here for years. The man has seen it all. He can remember when the net went online. Back when there weren't any wells. Cyberspace was nothing but a bunch of isolated BBSs.
Must be a first-generation Decker.
He was one of the first sea-space entrepreneurs. He made a killing on that. All of it's legal. It's weird, huh? You know, a good guy wins for once in a blue fucking moon.
Hey, Ben.
How's Catherine today?
No change.
Damn. This guy's the devil himself.
Ben, you know this cop Magnata?
Typical new breed cop. One of those guys started arresting people in volume when cops started collecting bonuses. He's been more aggressive than most.
Yeah, that's common knowledge, but what's his story?
He's killed 6 people in the line of duty, some under questionable circumstances. He's bad news. I wouldn't mess with him, Quinlan.
Okay. Didn't we run anything on this Wofford murder?
Yep. Cyber Architects. They lived near the old Central Park. Somebody put a bullet in Hamilton Wofford's head. Cops don't have a motive yet. They probably had a lot of money stashed away in that cottage, but there's no evidence of a robbery.
You ever hear of a Joey Falconetti, Ben?
I'll be right back.
No, the name sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't quite place it.
Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna try to do the most efficient playthrough I can. That way I don't have to do a bunch of movement. Because again, that's the slowest thing about this. Is very, 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 very slowly going through everything. So you have to turn around. It's kind of infuriating, to be honest. Kind of. So see, she's got this little calculator. 5 plus 5 equals 10. It actually does have a purpose, but we'll come to that.
Catherine's address file. As good a place to find a clue as any.
Hey Ozzy, how's it going? I was doing some speed running stuff, but I decided I'm just gonna do some normal playthrough stuff just to chill out today. Because I think people may be more entertained at doing a proper playthrough anyway. I'm not ready to do an actual run yet. Let the light shine you, or shine your way. So before I get online, I need to go to Catherine's apartment. I almost forgot about that. I can understand that, man. Kind of how it's been here. Just a lot of work. Putting in a lot of work on the house. Not making much progress either.
Yes, we have.
Okay, we've made a little progress.
We'll be ready to put the floors down this weekend.
That'll be good, yeah, putting the floor down. So you see all this, which doesn't come into play just yet. Oops. Why did I do that? Like that's gonna, like... I don't know, I'm losing my head. Just a second, I gotta refresh my restream page. But you can kind of see what I'm talking about with the navigation. I hit the wrong thing, and what it does, it just turns them back around. You have to make sure to go forward, then turn, and then go forward. And it's like this the whole game. I'm glad I found you. Aw. How sweet. So the key to this puzzle is pretty straightforward. You see this shows these different constellations and how they sort of fit. Well, you'll see in a second.
Catherine's crystals. I always thought they were a little too neo-new agey for Catherine.
Yep, so on easy, it'll automatically put 2 of them for you. Again, this is the kind of puzzle where it's like you have to, you put them in the pattern of the birthday card, which tells that she's a Pisces. He likes crystals, she likes the horoscope stuff. So, you're supposed to do it in the constellation of Pisces. But I'm not going to do that.
It's my birthday.
Because I don't want to do it. And it literally shoots lasers on a book that says horoscope. There's certain puzzles I just don't want to do, admittedly. Plus, it's fun if you guys take the effort to figure it out, And so now I can look at the book that says horoscope. Also, the wonderful Whitechapel. The Women of Whitechapel and Jack the Ripper. So, very interesting. So we're already, getting little bits of information for the end of the game. But before I go, I'm going to check one other thing. Where's the turnaround icon? And see, that's the weird thing is that, there's a lot of times where you can't turn left or right. You can only turn one direction, not the other, which is really weird. Because, see, I'm trying to look at this, but I passed it by. So I got this weird staff.
Wonder what this inscription means. J. Dorset.
But the real question is, what the hell is a laser cane? Anyway. Luckily, it's easy to switch discs, though.
A computer with a deck port. Can never have too many of those.
He says that, but the truth of the matter is that there's not many of them in the whole game.
Exit cyberspace. Catherine's well.
Now here's the fun part. Catherine's well. It's the Zodiac thing. What's the password? Oh, it's horoscope. Which, as people have pointed out, you could easily just guess that. Instead, you have to do a crystal puzzle. You have to figure out this crystal puzzle to have it shoot a laser at a book to learn horoscope.
I am Detective Vincent Magnotta of the New York City Allied Police Force's Soho Corps. This is a restricted crime scene. You must leave the area immediately. This will be your only warning.
Now, you can skip this. I'm going to try to see if I can beat him. Whenever you see the big explosion, that means you hit them in their weak spot. There we go. I can't imagine doing that combat on hard. This is a game I really recommend the combat be on easy. You could do the puzzles however you want, but definitely. An everlasting gobstopper.
Catherine's notes on the Ripper case. My most important clue to learning what happened to her.
So you see there's all these other wells that we went to before. Can't do nothing with them.
Virtual library.
A note with some call numbers on it. Could Renee Stein have left this here? I could use some help here. You're a human presence, I assume.
Everyone at a service desk is. The library doesn't use smart sprites for public interface. You don't read much, do you?
Did you see a woman named Renee Stein recently?
Records place her here, but she didn't check anything out, and I don't remember seeing her.
Have the cops talked to you?
They asked questions, but I couldn't tell them much. They copied all the files from the Victorian root directory and ordered us not to alter the file structures until the case is solved.
So any clues left from the day Stein was killed would still be here?
Guess so. I sure didn't take them.
Can you help me with this call number?
I'm sorry. This is not a valid call number. It appears Stein altered the reference matrix, but an unknown book was distributed. If you could unscramble the call number, I could help you.
So as people have pointed out, so this is one that is this is one that stays the same on the difficulties. But it's fairly easy to figure out though. So you see the one that's all scrambled. Well, to start with, you see you've got HC, HE. So there's really only two different options that could possibly be. So we're going to do HC because if you look at it, you see, well, I mean, regardless, you see the history books, HC. All right, let's go with that. But then it says, no eye aid +1, which makes more sense to people in America, because for us, no eye aid, or as in you don't need glasses. Yeah, hot Cheetos, exactly. No eye aid, no glass, you don't need aid for your eyes. You don't need glasses. What does that mean? That means you have 20/20 vision +1. So 20, 21, and then 18. The 18th letter
Wait, Quinlan.
is R.
That's a valid call number. I'll get the book.
The only reason I know it is from other people. I in no way figured that puzzle out myself.
A book about the original Jack the Ripper. Can't be a coincidence. Renee Stein must have used this. But what does it mean?
I don't know. It means the same thing as the Gettysburg one, probably.
All I can do for you is recommend something to read, Quinlan. How about Marchok's The Da Vinci Engine? It's a study that reveals how Leonardo theorized cyberspace back in the 17th century. All I can do for you is recommend something to read, Quinlan. How about Marchok's The Da Vinci Engine? It's a study that reveals...
Hot Cheetos. So you have to, again, it's kind of frustrating to watch it very slowly go through all of this. "17 exclusive pictures of the crime scene. Gutted. Murder in the Bowery. Dry cleaner's torso ripped. It's the worst I've ever seen," says Detective Magnotta. Ripped. Ripper strikes in Soho. How I made a fortune selling bagels. Where'd they get this photo? Mangled in her apartment. Neighbors unaware of struggle. Danny still got it. Is BC3K ready yet? More delays. Mahler Microsystems ITC merger. So you know, you get to see the because that's what you work for is the virtual herald. So you at least get to see the covers, which does have some importance later on, but it's not ever necessary to actually view them.
Exit cyberspace.
So, and again, another thing that you often want to do is go to your database and look at the different things, like this document, Hamilton Walford, and you see it just sort of talks about the incident. Same thing. So the document, Midio for Ferragio, I guess. A kilohertz Tasar to disable 2 members of the Strident Zugs, a Chelsea rage gang. I want to be in a rage gang. A captain from approximately 40 feet with a sleeper bullet. It called for a cleanup. A sleeper bullet. And so then you get her journal here, and you see that it's all scrambled like crazy. Now, in Act 2, you can find out the code that it takes to unscramble it, depending on the puzzle difficulty. And but you can do it as soon as you get her journal, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. And see the Ripper book, which doesn't do anything, it just floats there, so. And it takes time for it to scramble, so throughout the game you do have to go back to it to look at it to get clues of what to do next. Like here, can this killer really be a modern-day Jack the Ripper? Like his namesake, he eviscerates and brags about it in crazed letters to the public. Like his namesake, he holds a city in terror. The police are helpless to stop him. He strikes without warning and vanishes without a trace. I suspect the Ripper is one of 3 people: Vincent Magnotta, the lead detective in the case, Claire Burton, the Metacog cybersurgeon, or Joey Falconetti, a legendary desk cowboy with a criminal past. I must investigate these 3, learn anything I can about them. So yeah, that much, that much is known throughout the whole game, that those are the 3 main suspects. Alright, so from here, let's talk to this guy. It's old Jimmy Walker.
So, Beatty? Name's Quinlan. I'm a friend of Catherine Powell's.
I was wondering when you're gonna come by. I read about Catherine in the paper. Told her she was getting too close to that maniac.
Well, she never told me anything about you. What was she coming to see you about?
Take it easy, cowboy. Mine hasn't worked in years. Besides, Catherine didn't dig the training wheels. I was her source, and that was it.
What did you do for Catherine?
Like I do for anybody. I do what needs doing. I run a little B&E in the net, melt some ice, do a little handwriting analysis. Hey, I got my code for everything.
Well, selling smoke and melting ice don't go together. Strange qualifications for a shopkeeper.
Hey, in the net, everything isn't linked, Quinlan. The shop is the shop. In cyberspace, I can walk. I can run. I can fucking dance, baby.
I love it.
What do you sell?
Whatever you need, Mr. Quinlan. Whatever you need. Just received a full shipment of Virginia red leaf, laced with lucitrell. Got a full range of smart drugs. You know, to catch the Ripper, you're gonna have to outthink him. And for what Catherine tells me, you can use chemical assistance.
Oh.
What was she investigating?
She was trying to make a connection between the Ripper's murder victims.
So you're like a
deck jock, then. Are there any new innovations in cyberspace I should know about?
Well, notional engineering made some big advances, but the basic idea is still the same. Most of the angels you meet will be pre-packaged product from Trans-Tech or Rembus environment. Only the ace angels can design their own wings.
So there shouldn't be any surprises waiting for me?
I didn't say that. I mean, it's just that things will look familiar. Everybody you meet will either be a rendered image or a video image that looks awfully real. Of course, you only get video from the best hackers or from direct brain images.
What do you think about the ice, Soap?
Why are you so worried about ice?
I have a feeling it's going to get worse.
Your girlfriend had the same feeling. There's some really bizarre stuff on the net these days. Ever since Rembus came up with that software with the Ice Maker program. You know, anybody with a deck can construct their own ice.
Bizarre stuff.
Oh yeah, attack dogs, giant rats, minefields, monkey balls, you name it.
Monkey balls.
I can't tell you how to prepare for that world, brother. You's on your own.
He's so great. It's very animated, and that's what makes it fun. Gotta watch out for the monkey balls, though. They'll get you. Popular Cybertronics.
Object scan.
Yeah. That's not needed either for until Act 2 as well. But I already know the answer to that puzzle anyway. I say know it, I mean as in I have it written down. Maybe I'll memorize it one day. What am I doing? I'm just gonna go to the world map instead of very slowly walking through here.
Who goes there? Murderer! Murderer!
Of the English language, maybe. I'm just a journalist.
Who are you? I've got weapons here that can render you helpless.
Relax, old timer. I'm not here to hurt anybody. I'm just after some information.
You, sir, stand in my domain, and the question is, who are you? Speak quickly.
Jake Quinlan, from the Virtual Herald.
Quinlan. I know that name. You're the one who speaks for the Ripper.
No, I don't speak for him. He just writes me letters and we print them. They're news. But who are you? I thought the owner of this house was dead.
One of them is my twin brother.
He writes some lewd letters.
And he finished what he called the most fascinating project of his life. And then I found him shot dead right here in this room. And I thought he'd just fallen asleep.
Look at him. He's gonna attack me with his broom. He's dangerous.
What did the police tell you?
The police, bah. I'm sure they're in on it.
Do you think the police are in on your brother's murder?
It's obvious the way they were rooting around in Hamilton's work. Kept asking him for his well address and threatened to lock me up if I didn't tell them. But they got nothing out of me. They took away cartons of his discs. But they won't find anything there. Hamilton was too smart for them to.
Was the cop a guy named Magnata?
Yeah. I should have vaporized him. He'll get nothing out of me.
I'm sure.
Vaporized him. He's gonna use his ray gun.
Why don't you tell me about your brother's work?
You don't know? He was famous. Or he should have been. He built virtual worlds. Places from history and locations from the future. And you walk through them in cyberspace. Like walking through the corridors of time itself. And he was a genius, like Leonardo.
And what was he working on in the end?
As I told you, mum's the word, as he would say. And all I know, it was something involving stranger research than usual. And he came out of cyberspace one night and he told me he'd spent the day in an English music hall. And that's all I can remember.
Wow. Who was your brother working for?
What makes you so sure that I know?
We all confide in someone. A brother's a good place to start.
I don't know. Hamilton.
Hey, you all right?
He's dead.
I know, it's hard. But you must have some way to at least find out who he was working for.
My brother thought that he was protecting me, I suppose. Yeah. Of course, how's the killer supposed to know he didn't tell me everything? Besides, I'm trustworthy as the day is long. It's not like I'm gonna tell anyone about his secret hiding places.
Excuse me, what are you talking about? What about hiding places?
You know about the hiding places, huh? Well, then, you know more than I do. Hamilton was like Leonardo. I tell you, with devices and concealments, components hidden in secret compartments all over the blasted house. If I could just find them, I could plug them in and get his, well, address. But I don't know where the hell half of them are anymore. Maybe I should just clean the whole place out and move.
But in other words, I have to locate and unlock secret compartments in this cottage to find the address to Hamilton's cyberspace well?
well, yeah, that's the idea. Doubt you're clever enough to do it, though. Doubt you can do it.
Well, this is a video game. What do you expect? I love it.
You snoop around too much for your own good. I'm more dangerous than I look. I warn you.
Yeah, he was the Penguin. He's dangerous. You better watch out. He's such a good actor, too. Of course, the acting that goes without saying in this game that the acting talent is absolutely amazing. And you know, I talk about how much I like Phantasmagoria 2 and all that kind of stuff, but it's just this they got supreme talent, you know. And even though it's like the goofiest story ever, they somehow make it compelling, right? Karen Allen being so melodramatic, like she's in a soap opera. You know, Paul Giamatti does a great. Everybody does such a great job. You know, whether it's over the top or whatever, it's just great. This is an interesting puzzle because you can only flip 3 switches at a time before the ball will start rolling. So, on the hardest difficulties, you have to flip 3 switches, let the ball do its thing, flip 3 more switches, blah, blah, blah. But on the easiest, it's pretty simple. And so this is, of course, why the speedrun, we do it on the easiest difficulty, is because stuff like this, you have to watch this whole ball roll. Why would you want to do it multiple times? I'm sure it'd be interesting to do a run of the higher difficulties, but let's get through the first one first, shall we? So you have to figure out which doors flap with each switch, etc., etc. A vacuum tube. Now we're talking about old school. Before I do this other puzzle, I'm going to do this one. Because you actually have to come up here to know the answer to the other puzzle. Like, first off, you see this. P2 X25 5127 5A. Which is actually the key to the next puzzle. You're supposed to actually do the equation to get a number, and that number tells you what you're supposed to hit, but we're not going to deconstruct that math. I'm just going to do the puzzle. That's also one I think doesn't change, depending on difficulty.
I
see these old guys don't get around to fixing things.
So you gotta keep in mind 235.
Another antique. The Waffords have quite a collection.
This is a super cute little device. And the puzzle's kind of tough. You see you got these 4 buttons. Each of them do a different coin. So you're supposed to deconstruct that plaque to figure out the number, which tells you which coins to use. Luckily, I already know, so... Yahoo! I should make that a sound redeem. And again, when I do the speed run, because I come up here and do this puzzle last, I immediately use the map to go back to the bottom, or go back to the entrance door, because that's right where you have to put the vacuum tubes. What's the latest Z trivia? My soul is black. The void is coming. Yeah, I'm also not speaking a whole lot, just because, I don't know. I have a lot to say, I guess. But yeah, so you see this, of course, it's a map of time zones, which, of course, you can just Google, too. The Graberson time zone chart. But, of course, if you know time zones, then, you know, it's pretty straightforward. I can't remember how you would know. Oh, yeah, I think you're in, like, New York or something. Because, or are you in New York? I don't know. Either way, you see, you've got this clock, this clock, this clock. So, what you have to... This one is actually pretty deceptively hard. So, U.S. Army, well, what you have to do is in military time. That's pretty straightforward, right? Which is 1435. This is a German clock. So, you have to do it for 835. The time zone, because of the time zone in Germany. And then this, you have to do it for the time zone in Egypt. Which I keep passing because I'm a drunk idiot. I'm not drunk, but I'm an idiot. Boom. 935. So that's supposed to be how you figure that one out. So I'm just gonna go ahead skip to the front. That's where I need to be anyway. Save myself some trouble. See, 2 of the vacuum tubes don't work. Or 3 of the vacuum tubes don't work. And we have 3 vacuum tubes. What a coinky dink. Also, another thing that's important to keep in mind. Oh yeah. It's probably Eastern, I think. But one thing that you do have to keep in mind is that you have to be careful what you do during certain scenes, like this scene, because if I hit escape, after it does this, he'll back away from the puzzle, and then I'll have to click back into it. So instead, I have to sit here and watch it because you can't skip it. Also, anytime the cursor isn't showing, you can actually move the mouse. So you can use that to prepare for future clicks for the speedrun as well. Vulcan. Someone's a Star Trek fan, I guess. I don't know Vulcan is also, the name of that deity, but come on. What's interesting that this is one of the few places you can also deck without having to go back to the newsroom.
Exit cyberspace.
Now, once you log into any of these places with the password, you don't have to put in the password again, which is a good thing. At least, right?
Wofford Well.
This is really strange. Books, pictures, and references to Victorian England. The old man must have been constructing a virtual Victorian environment at the time of his murder. But why? A scale model for what looks like a Victorian city. A scale model.
So now, once you do enough stuff, you suddenly get access to the Falconetti safe house. This is one of the annoying things about this game. Is that it makes you do a bunch of stuff, even if it doesn't logically require it. Hold on. I'm going to move this right there. Because I didn't notice it was being covered up by Restream. So if you listen very carefully, you can hear it. So it's saying, says Circus Maximus is talking about some blood pressure or something like that, etc., etc. Come talk to this guy who's doing Wii Sports or something.
You must be Jake Quinlan looking for the Falcon.
How do you know who I am?
Gambit called ahead. That's strange. Burton usually sends Dr. Cable whenever she's in trouble.
Oh, news travels fast.
I guess.
This guy's blazed, isn't he? Yeah, Vulcan drivers.
Is Eddie as good as his rep?
Best I've ever seen, and I'm no amateur. He can deck for days straight and keep sharp.
And you're no amateur?
Paranoia, no mental fatigue, no loss of rationality. Of course, it doesn't hurt to have someone like me cooking for him.
Cooking. You keep him drugged.
Hey, even an archangel like the Falcon needs medication. Extended decking, very hard on the dendrites, man. And they took us. Lots of sitting.
I could imagine. Where's Falconetti?
Not a simple question. He's usually in two places at once. Tell Burton and Cable they gotta beg in person for Eddie's aid.
So I could be persuasive, but let's get angry.
Don't play games with me, Circuit Head. Lives are at stake. See, I don't have time to trade one-liners with a goddamn glorified houseboy. You don't give me Falconetti in 5 seconds. I'm gonna email your address to Detective Magnotta, and you won't be dancing with any shadows in a maximum security prison.
Don't blow your motherboard because Burton's getting lazy. That's her problem, not mine.
Blow your motherboard.
Falcon is playing in one of his wells. The address is Circus Maximus. I'd suggest trying a different approach with him if you're planning on cooperation.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
So yeah, you can choose a couple of different options and stuff like that throughout the game, but most of them, they don't really amount to much other than different scenes.
What's with the shadow?
Like him? He's a movement model for a sea-space doppelganger I'm developing. If it all works out, it'll give me true multitasking capability. This is just practice, of course. The real thing will be in cyberspace. Excuse me. Sensors dead.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this stuff was like written into the script. Oh, little censor's edge. It's acted well enough that makes you wonder if it was added in or not.
Exit cyberspace.
So again, luckily he tells you the address if you don't listen to it in the background, but you do have to have him tell you it before you can go.
Circus.
Looking for Falconetti? Well, I think you got him.
What the fuck is going on here?
It's a 40 gigabyte virtual environment.
40
Made
gigabyte?
myself. Pretty impressive, huh?
Not any.
Like a game room, and you're my favorite toy. You're called the Answer Doll, and the idea is I throw a knife, and you answer a question. Who the fuck sent you?
So I can say Farley, I can say tell him you're a reporter, stand up to him and demand your release. Yeah, it's like just 40 gigs? That's not bad. Nowadays you got games that are 4 times that. Jeez.
Farley, at the Medicog morgue.
Bullshit. Claire sent you.
Ah! This has nothing to do with you. I have a friend who was attacked by the Ripper.
The Ripper. Someone who's almost as good with knives as I am.
She needs your help.
Before I help you, you gotta show me what you're worth in cyberspace. I'm gonna work with you. I gotta know you can handle yourself.
What are you gonna do? Give me a test?
I'm gonna run you through a course, see how you shoot. You shoot a bad guy, you get a point. You shoot a good guy, you lose. My score was pretty damn high. Beat it and we'll talk.
Oh, fuck.
When he had a great joke for this, he's like, "Ah, fuck, I hate mini games." So yes, just another rail shooter section. And again, the thing they don't tell you is that you have to hit the bad guys multiple times in order to get enough points. And don't hit the good guys, because then you'll lose points. But from what I understand, the only way to tell the difference is the color of their eyes. I don't think I was supposed to shoot them. I guess they just really want to show off their rendered environments or something. See, it's hard to tell who's the good, like how do I know that's a good guy? Oh, there you go, 30,000.
Hey, shooting cowboy.
Well, it's also on
You
easy,
can't
so
fly with the Falcon after all. How's about you and me back at the Hacienda?
Now, you wouldn't be lying to me now, would you, Eddie? Because I've been to your house, and you weren't there.
Well, just because you can't see me doesn't mean I'm not there. Talk to Twig. He'll be expecting you.
I was kind of hoping I would fail because there's one of the things he goes is he does this thing where he goes like, "Come on, Quinlan, go for the gold," which is kind of a neat little bit. I started saying "go for the gold" because of this game.
Play straight with me, Twig. I'm all played out. I want to see your boss in the flesh.
Relax. He wired me on the Ethernet. He's on the other side of the door behind me.
Oh, he wired you on the
I opened
Ethernet.
it, though. You're on your own.
Story's crazy, isn't it? Another game with someone hanging from the ceiling. Jeez.
Christ, I feel like a fucking corpse. For you, I had to come up for air. Hey, Twig, you lazy piece of shit! What kind of cheap-ass nootropic you feed me? I barely keep up with the data transfer in there. Wonder I lost that fucking contest. All right, hotshot. What do you want?
There's this detective named Magnata working the case. Won't tell me much.
You say Magnata? Christ. He's worse than fucking criminals.
Sounds like you know him.
Know him. I know him. I know I'd like to blow his fucking brains out.
Well.
Oh yeah, man, it's no problem. Yeah, get to work. You got to make that money. Yeah, I'll still be on for a little while. Probably stop somewhere in the middle of Act 2 or something. Make it 2 playthroughs, you know. But hell yeah. Have a safe trip to work. See you in a bit.
How did an outlaw like you hook up with a respected doctor like Burton?
Mean she didn't tell you? Babe has the hots for me. Has for years.
Does she?
In a bit.
Holy shit, I just realized you're the one he writes to. He's the only reason to read the rags. Fucking guy's incredible. He gets in there, paints a room in blood like Jackson Pollock on crack, and gets out without a trace. And that's buzzing about this psycho.
You sound like his #1 fan.
I can't get the guy out of my head. His stealth, his tools. I've been collecting knives for 30 years. I don't have a clue what kind of blade he's using.
My friend and partner was attacked by the Ripper.
You're going through all this for a woman, I assume you're doing her. Do crazy shit for love, don't we?
Yeah, I'm beginning to think so.
I feel like Eddie is the most tragic of the potential suspects, to be honest. Because while he is a criminal and he's a scoundrel, other than like stealing and being good with knives, there's nothing really much that makes him like that bad of a guy, it seems. You know, he's kind of a jerk too, but really so is everybody else. So
What's with all these knives?
Well, for one, I'd say they're sharp.
I didn't mean that.
Oh, I see. I collect knives, and there's a serial killer loose. Knives equal killer, right? Gee, I heard you reporter types were smart, but heck, you're way over my head here.
David Patrick Kelly does such a great fucking job.
Okay. Look, Eddie, why don't you help me out with Catherine?
Why should I risk my ass for you?
So of course he could get in on the Ripper case, or it could really get to Magnata. Well, you know, sure he's interested in the Ripper case, but he also obviously doesn't like Magnata. So we're just gonna do top option though.
You could get in on the Ripper case.
I'm interested in the Ripper, not your girlfriend.
You can save a Ripper victim. I mean, think of the publicity.
What do I want with publicity? I'm a fucking outlaw.
Yep. See, he's not interested in that.
You could piss off your old enemy, Magnata.
Here's the deal. I've been in cyberspace for 80 hours. I gotta collect from 2 bookies, eat a big steak, 'cause I'm dying for some real food, and sweat these cheap-ass nootropics out of my system. It'll take a couple hours. I'll meet you at the ICU later. Then we'll see what a genius can do about your babe.
Great. I'll see you there.
That's the end of... That's the end of... There we go. They really make you want to change discs quickly.
I was beginning to think I was in a bad mystery novel where everyone did it. It was also beginning to look like I didn't know Catherine as well as I thought I did. The private sources, the research she'd been up to, and the secret meeting with the Ripper. And she never told me a thing.
I love meta humor. I love it when it's on the nose like that. Where everybody did it. Exactly. Well, time to get harassed some more.
See if the doctor's available, ma'am. Hold one moment, please. Hi, Quinlan. No word on your squeeze. Burton's keeping all the paperwork to herself for some reason.
Did Falconetti show up?
Yep. As a matter of fact, they should start fighting right about now. They don't usually take this long. I just wish they'd do it and get it over with. Hey, how come you never came back to see me on my break?
I'm here to see my girlfriend, Viv. She's in a coma, remember?
What do you know? A guy who's faithful. Go on, run off and see your girlfriend. See if I care. Call me if she croaks.
I heard that.
Curtis. She is down bad, isn't she? Good lord.
Metacog, hold on. Hey, Jake. Saw your story on the last murder. Look, you know I was just kidding about your squeeze croaking and all, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, God, man, it must have been awful. And I'll tell you something else. Magnata's been looking for you. I mean, I figured you should know, because he is not the kind of guy I would want looking for me. He isn't even the kind of guy I'd want to look at me.
Is he here now?
He just left. Coast is clear.
Thanks, Viv. I appreciate it.
Not enough you don't. But you're welcome just the same.
She wants it so bad. See, it's fun little extra little scenes like that. It's not necessary to complete the game, but it's just fun, right? And go down to the morgue. Now now we want to talk about he was talking about Z trivia and Z tips and all that. Well, here's the Z tip. Pressing the left mouse button causes you to do a left mouse click. That's a little Z tip there for you. They're very useful tips, in case you couldn't tell. Let's talk to nervous guy here.
Excuse me.
Hey! What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. This place is off limits to unauthorized personnel.
I'm Jake Quinlan from the Virtual Herald. Who are you?
I'm Bob Epples, the new pathologist, and I'm not to speak with you, Mr. Quinlan.
Well, what are you talking about? Where's Farley?
Mr. Farley is no longer employed here. He was let go.
He was fired. Where is Farley?
I have no idea where Mr. Farley is. But from what I've heard about him, I suggest you look for him in a restaurant. One that specializes in fatty cuisine. Do-do-do.
What the fuck? Oh, that's just.
Why was Farley fired?
I didn't ask, but I got the feeling that Mr. Farley liked to talk a little too much, and I don't plan on making the same mistake. So please leave, Mr. Quinlan, before someone sees me talking with you.
He's so nervous. He might pee himself. We'll leave him alone. Wait, what am I doing? Do I want to go to the wards yet? Uh. Wait. Wait. Hold on. I do not. Because, see, again, good time to check her journal. While in Burton's office, I noticed an old college text called Advanced Notional Mapping. There's an inscription inside. It's a slim chance, but it could be a lead. So again, she gives you clues that help you with figuring out what to do next as well. Soap delivered as promised. I can learn even more about Magnata, Burton, and Falconetti if I dare. I've taken measures to hide what Soap delivered. Using the book, The Women of Whitechapel, and Jack the Ripper seems appropriate. If everything works out, I'll be rich over this. At first, I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. I lived in a ratty triplex for half a dozen years. That will never happen to me a second time. That's actually a clue to the next puzzle. The fun thing about this puzzle is you do not have to do it. You can just do the end result, and it is just fine, just fine. So you have to press these buttons in a certain order. Of course, the problem is you can't look at it at the same time that you have that open, so. Again, you know, at first one, I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. 2, 5. Lived in a ratty triplex. 3. For half a dozen years. 6. That's when I put 2. So, you have, you know, 1, 2, 3, 6, 2, I believe. No, wait. No, wait, hold on. It's... See, I skipped this puzzle, so I don't remember the exact way to solve it either. No, wait, 2 nickels. So, 1, 5, 5, 3, 6, 2. I think that's what it is. See, it's an example of one of those puzzles that's not that great because you kind of have to figure out that that's meant to be the clue to it. So I believe this is 1. So there we go. Luckily, you don't really use your inventory all that much in this game. And what's with the sound effects? So this game has more of that adventure game sort of problem with the way its puzzles are and stuff. It's not the worst though, but at least you can skip a lot of them. But you likely won't know that without looking it up. So,
Catherine never was any good with numbers.
thanks, Jake. So we're gonna go to the newsroom. Luckily, you never really have to talk to what's his face, except that one scene that you're forced to see. So if you remember, we've got this calculator. So we got 4. Yeah, turn it on first. Oops, I messed that up. Let's clear everything. It's 4, 6, that, minus 7, and what am I doing? What am I doing in my life? Wait, times 7 in divided by 5. I can't remember. What the hell's wrong with me? Oh no, let me double check. It's because I haven't been playing Act 2. I've been skipping a lot of stuff. Let me see. What am I doing wrong? Oh, just do equals 5. Duh. It's 46. This 7 equals 5. Son of a bitch. I'm missing something. I think I have to use the division symbol somewhere. There we go. That's what it was.
Pretty clever. A neat little place to store surveillance bugs.
So now I get to bug them. Oops. Here's disk of my own.
What do you got? A cot in the back there, Quinlan? Here's my stuff. I'm going into interrogation, Brannon. You know, little police work. How's the coffee, Sarge?
Nice and hot.
Douchebag.
Guys got balls so big they collect the gum on the floor. They do. They drag. Soho Precinct, Sergeant Brannon speaking. What's your problem? Chekhov, I'm talking to you. Right. Don't call there anymore.
Nice.
Any new developments, Lou?
Sure, but nothing's getting us closer to the Ripper.
Like what?
Like earlier today, Magnata pulled 2 cops who have been on the Ripper case since the beginning, replaced them with new guys. Now that's bound to set the investigation back.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's what I say. I know. Tell me about it.
What's the buzz in the precinct on Falconetti?
Word is that outlaw's mixed up in this somehow. Magnata's pulled the hard copies on all of Falconetti's records, and he's had passwords put on computer files. There must be something there he's looking for.
Or maybe something he's trying to hide. Lou, what do you know about the Hamilton-Wofford murder?
I haven't followed the case. I don't know much about the guy except that he did some work for the precinct some years ago.
What kind of work?
Magnata hired him, I don't know, 5-6 years back to build a virtual target range for the cadet cyberspace training.
So Magnata knew him?
Yeah, that's probably why he took the case on, even though he's got his hands full with the Ripper.
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta do something. Steal a scan card. The game doesn't really indicate that you can do that though. And it's not necessary to do, but no reason not to. Now we can go to the interrogation area. Ah, yeah.
I'm not a fucking dealer, man. Those were legal dosages for my personal use. I'm holding down like 4 jobs at once, man. I need the fucking mental clarity, okay?
See how much clarity you have when I'm done with you. Those senior citizens you sold that Lucidville B to had severe arterial hypertension. 5 of them popped blood vessels in their heads. Now talk, fuckhead. What are you looking at?
What are you looking at?
Enough, okay? I sold those fossils some Lucid B, not my fault they had blowouts. I mean, what are you making a big deal out of this for? It's not like they weren't ready for the big sleep.
It's touching to see you feel so deeply. They say underneath the skin of every junkie runs the blood of a poet. I wouldn't know. I'm just a cop who loves his job. No performance now, Mother. I'm in rehearsal.
Good stuff. But yeah, in case anybody didn't pick up on it, they mentioned this about the cops, is that they operate on a bounty system, and so as a result, you know, they get rewarded for, you know, getting convictions, getting, you know, solving crimes and stuff. The problem being that they become so eager to do it, they act in an unethical manner, such as beating suspects. You know, which is supposed to be illegal, but just because it is doesn't mean that.
Files are locked. Looks like I need some kind of ID card to open them.
Yep, exactly. It's pretty much like almost like they were freelance police. You know.
Vince Magnata's personnel file. Could make for interesting reading.
Yep. So, where it says access file name, that Slayer, of course, it's the password for the for Catherine's journal. Again, it just straight up tells you, right? But on the higher difficulties, you have to sort of put stuff together and things like, you know, based on other stuff that it says. I can't remember what the highest level one is, but you know, it gives you some interesting stuff right there. Tech level, Silver Cross for bravery, virtual cluster, etc., etc. And to save myself some time, I'm just gonna start the area over. So I'm guessing that police, or that maybe they have a really bad problem with crime or something. Why else would they do something extreme like that? Sea geese. I like how there's one without a label.
Magnata will never even notice the buggers there.
Yes, he won't notice this extremely white label. You know, in the cigars that have no labels on them whatsoever. Alright, where to next? Don't need to go into Powell's apartment. Oh, don't need to bother with the newsroom yet. Nothing at Soap Smokes for me right now. Back to the Tribeca. Oh wait, I don't think I can get the card yet because you have to do the thing with Catherine first. Okay. Yeah.
I said no, Joey.
I've heard that before. No, Joey, no, Joey, no.
I don't want you here. I don't want you in this hospital.
You gotta let me do my thing. I can find out what happened to this babe. Besides, you always call me in on these. You don't this time. It's gonna look bad.
No kidding. You think it's an accident that Magnata brought her here?
Fuck Magnata. Should have clipped his wings years ago. He's gonna try to pin this whole fucking thing on me.
Or me, which is why we do it my way, and I say no.
No what?
Yo, Quinlan, tell Dr. Burton here to let me save your friend.
What thing are you talking about, Eddie?
Decking into this chick's consciousness. I can access her brain just like I can a computer.
Well, what good is that? She's in a coma.
She's not brain dead. Her essence, her personality, whatever, it's all still in there. I mean, if I could just get at it, there's a chance I could even rebuild her memory.
It's not that simple. For one thing, you don't know for a fact how much of her essence she's retained. For another, you have psychological ice to deal with. You'd be fighting her mind. The strain could kill her.
You knew Magnata years ago.
He was a very different man then. He used to be a scumbag. Now, he's a scumbag with a badge.
Why would he try to pin the murders on you?
You gotta pin it on somebody to make a buck. I guess he thinks I'm an easy target.
How long have you all known each other?
Look, Quinlan, it's personal. It has nothing to do with Pal's case, believe me.
Is your method dangerous?
What, are you kidding? Of course it's dangerous. We're not talking about accounting databases here. Decking into an organism's a lot harder than linking into a machine. You can't be overriding shit. You gotta watch where you're digging around. Emotions, memories, potentially very damaging. It's worth the risk, though.
Well, how do you figure?
I can rebuild her memory. I can make that image so real, you'll think it's breathing. You'll be able to stare the killer right in the eye.
Well, that would save Catherine and anybody else the Ripper had on his list. I mean, what's the real reason for preventing Falconetti from doing this, Burton?
Do I detect a little Magnata in the reporter's line of questioning? Do any damn thing you want. I'm going to the gym.
Good. Starting to look a little flanky there, Claire. Tighten up those buns, baby. You ready?
What do you mean?
What a complete douchebag.
Catherine's brain now?
Damn straight. You really get to know your girlfriend now.
Also, I love the line about
Both of us being in there.
you can look the killer right in the eye. That's such a good moment. Especially if Falconetti's the killer.
Her consciousness. If her brain starts throwing ice at us, you're gonna have to fight it. Think you can handle that?
I think I can.
Yep. No, and of course, notice how like Claire is like completely and utterly dismissive and vague and everything. She just has zero interest in answering questions, and even when she's directly asked something that it's, especially with Joey there, so she can't just like lie, you know. So she instead turns it back around and questions Quinlan.
Come on, Quinlan, we gonna do this or not?
Let's see if I can do this properly. I so far did okay, so it is on easy. Ah, come on. There we go.
Keep that ice off me. It's on your girlfriend.
Damn, these things are fast.
Shoot that ice, Quinlan.
I'm trying, buddy. I see there's no health bar or nothing, so I don't know when I'm, like, how far I am from failing. Probably not far.
That ice, Quinlan. I'm busy. Keep piss off me. It's on your girlfriend.
Oh,
Definitely something.
dang it. I can't. Ugh, I can't hit this crap.
Shoot that vice, Quinlan.
Come on.
Keep looking for that ice, Quinlan. I'm busy.
Oh my god.
I got a stake on a pathway. Now let me get a piece of this action.
Nice.
Now here's what you gotta do.
Yo, Bloom, how's it going?
Cable. I've been feeding her as much of her personal background as I can. You need to bring her up to speed on what she knew when she was attacked. Use the information about the Ripper you think she may have known. That'll help her rebuild her memory. Right now, she's not even verbal. The more information she gets from you and Burton, the more she'll remember, the more she'll be able to tell us.
She looks so real.
That's because everything you're seeing right now is streaming directly from her brain, unmediated by any software. That's her, as her own mind's eye conceives herself.
Live brain streaming.
When you get close to her, you're gonna change. You'll look just as real.
Future of live streaming. Yep, and that's all that happens if you do that. Yeah, I understand that. I'm not happy to go to work tomorrow either. Ugh.
Not bad for a first-timer. Was it good for you, too?
You kicked ass in there.
No shit, Sherlock. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got about a month of girly mags to catch up on.
I didn't base my life off talking Eddie. What a great guy. Yeah, luckily I have... Oh, no, wait. I do still have to come in on Tuesday. Like, normally I get Tuesdays off, but I have to come in because they're going to train us on this new stupid system that we're using. Unfortunately. Ugh.
Hi, Quinlan. No word on your squeeze.
Oh, yeah. And apparently they want to do it for 3 whole days, which is like, oh, God. And also they were like, hey, we need to get you a new computer. And it's like, why? Mine works perfectly fine. And because it's my computer. And then they get me this thing, this all-in-one, that's on Windows 11, which I hate. So I'm like, oh, this is going to be a nightmare, isn't it? Oh well. I'm still going to keep my other one there. And if I can't get our parts system to work on this other desktop, I'm going to have mine. Because it's like, well, I need to be able to look up parts, don't I? I need to be able to do my job, don't I? Instead of whatever weird stuff they're trying to do. I mean, I mean, of course things are going to change over because, you know, new company, right? But still, it's like you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, you know.
Locked. Damn. How am I supposed to open this?
Yep. Just office stuff, bleh.
copy of Advanced Notional Modeling.
Yep. So to unlock the university, you actually have to look at that book. So
What's a cyber surgeon need with an anatomy model?
you pop that eye out.
That fits in there nicely.
Like how she has a bug of both a cigar label and a eyeball. I'm assuming she did her research, otherwise it's just goofy. I guess she had them specially made. How do I back away? I forget. There we go. Because typically what I do in the run is I just immediately go to the map. Yeah, Linux is so useful. Once it's set up, then it works perfect. You know, you don't need anything you don't need anything else. It can do everything any other OS can do. It's just it has to be set up. You know, but the thing is that they don't have us set it up. They have IT people. Hell, in fact, it was one of the things that led to the disagreement that
Dr. Burton's prescription pad.
Object scanned into database.
on my phone that led to Elon Musk leaving PayPal was that he wanted to go to Windows and they wanted to stay on Linux. And then they were just like, yeah, we're done here. All right. So it's university time. Oops. Bugging out. There we go. Like Linux works a lot smoother and things like that. And anything that doesn't work on it, you can just get it. Yeah, this is for a puzzle later on. We'll go over that. So, reminder for the immediate future now that Ripper case has been dumped at my front door. Send encoded e-memo to Rhodes soon. Keep Magnotta out of the metacog and away from Powell. That maniac brought her here for a reason. What does he know? I have to take control of this situation. Don't forget regular gym appointment. Have to keep Joey out of this. That's the move Magnotta expects me to make. It could incriminate us both. I need to examine Renee Stein's body after Farley leaves. I've got to keep a lid on Farley. If he begins to display, something will have to be done. Or if he begins to dig. Yeah, like something, anything, you know. And the prescription pad's only good for something in Act 3. I probably won't go all the way through Act 2, though. Like, probably cut it out about halfway.
I expect you in my office tomorrow with your work completed, Mr. Wendell. Good day, Mr. Wendell. Yes.
Excuse me, Professor Beck. I'm a reporter for the Virtual Herald. You have a few minutes?
That's how many I have exactly, a few. What can I do for you?
What a very particular person. She's a very interesting character.
Do you remember a student of yours named Claire Burton?
The only student I ever encouraged to leave school. Why do you ask?
You advised a student to leave school?
Frankly, this place had nothing to offer her. It was my feeling that it could have even restricted her development. But I repeat, why do you ask?
Well, she's taking care of a friend of mine. And some of her colleagues think that her treatment is a bit unorthodox.
I have no doubt it is. She wouldn't look at things the way most surgeons do. It's what makes her so creative, so innovative.
She seems a bit weird about it.
Oh, she's quirky, all right. I certainly remember that about her. Some very unusual predilections indeed, but that's often a mark of genius. Unless Claire has changed drastically in the years since I've seen her, you have no need for concern.
Well, thanks.
He's like, hey, thanks, and he goes to do the fist pound thing.
Was a man named Joey Falconetti a student of yours?
No, but I remember him well. He was an astonishing cyber surfer. But he was more interested in pretty assistance than in any genuine original thought.
Did he have a, affiliation with Claire Burton?
By affiliation, I assume you mean did she have an affair with him? I couldn't say. She may well have found his air of danger sexually appealing, and she was certainly aggressive intellectually. I'm sure she went after him to challenge his skills, see if she could prove herself superior. Who knows? The web runners may even have been her idea.
The what?
The Web Runners. It was a gaming club of some sort. It was cutting edge. Claire and Falconetti were among the founding members. In fact, when she left school, Claire seemed to do little else. She virtually disappeared.
Does this club still exist? I mean, where can I find them?
Oh, they're like children with a secret clubhouse. All I know is that they post notice of their meetings on the bulletin board out in the hallway. They usually encode the information, however, hiding it amongst the flyers and announcements posted there. Something about arranging those flyers in the proper order will form a sentence revealing where and when the runners plan to meet.
This should be us. This is what we should do, is do this whole Web Runners thing. Just a gaming club, you know?
Do you know anything about a policeman named Vince Magnotta?
Claire used to mention him. Apparently, he had quite a temper.
Like the very professional and academic way this lady speaks is very interesting.
I'm sorry. I've told you everything I know about Claire Burton. You're taking time that belongs to my...
I just love it. You talk to, you talk to anybody after all the questions and they're always like a little pissy. They're like, please leave me alone. So this is kind of a weird puzzle. Also,
the location of the Web Runner's loft is hidden somewhere on this board.
I mean, I probably say that about every single one of these. Because, now one thing is, what I feel like is that what makes a good puzzle, one of the factors is that you have to know what your goal is. You know. So, for example, let's take Phantasmagoria 2, the door puzzle, where you have to, spin it and get the different symbols. It doesn't take any effort to look at it and say, oh, well, it probably wants me to get the right symbol, right? So you can trial and error it, or you can be like, oh yeah, that thing's at full circle, so it's a circle, right? But you get something like this, and it doesn't, and you just see this, so you're not sure what this is. She just mentioned that they sort of like, encode it, make it a puzzle, or whatever, right? Because it's a game, right? So again, so you'd have to look at all these and try to figure out what the difference is. And ultimately what you'll realize, if you look at them for long enough, is that this one and this one that these two are interesting. They don't have any numbers in it, right? But these 5 do. However, then there's also this, which does have numbers. So it's like, well, so of course, ultimately what you have to do is you have to rearrange these along the bottom. In order to figure it out.
Got it. I hope the Web Runners don't mind a visitor.
So, what is this? Is Web Runners the new, it's like I said, so my brain is going out. Web Runners, it's like we'll be meeting at a former warehouse or blah 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 on Gramercy Street. That's what the message is, right? And then you're supposed to remember 4, 50, 14, 42, 86, which I always forget. So again, it's one of those things that if you shuffle it around, you can figure it out. you can sort of brute force it if you know what you're supposed to be, if you know that you can move them around down to the bottom. But again, it's one of those puzzles that are kind of rough because you don't know what you're supposed to be doing specifically. So you won't know if you solve it, and you have to solve it in order to get access to the Weapon's Loft. And so 0, 4, 5, 0, 1, 4, 4, 2, 8. And I messed that up because it's 4, 5, 0, 1, 4, 4, 2, 8, 6. And you have to be be careful too, because if you do it too fast, it just simply won't register some of the button presses. It's kind of a wonky puzzle. Again, you also have to figure out to take the numbers from the end of it too. It's, you know, it is what it is.
Hey, man, what the fuck? Where's the 7th Cavalry? Where are you, man? You almost gave me a stroke. I was doing the Custer Sim, and I was the only Korean Indian, and I had Goldilocks by the throat.
This won't take too long, honey. I just need to ask you a few questions.
Make an appointment with my secretary.
I'm gonna tell you what I've been going through lately. Hop along. I've been playing tag with a serial killer and ruining my shine by walking through his victim's guts. My girlfriend's in a coma, and the next time the Ripper kills, it could possibly be yours truly. So fuck your cartoons!
Okay.
Fine. Now, let's talk.
Another good spoony joke for that was, you know, after he says the fuck your cartoons, he's like, well, they're actually called anime. You know, which is a really funny joke. His playthrough of this and Phantasmagoria 2 is just chock full of just fucking magnificent jokes. It's worth every second of it.
A woman named Claire Burton. Used to be a runner. Do you know her?
Yeah, I know her. I mean, I don't know her. I know who she is or who she was. She was one of the first, proto-runner. We care about our history, man. You've got to know where you've been to know where you're going.
Wow, it's interesting. So, what do you know about her?
I just
Sarcasm.
know who she is. Seen her pictures hanging on the walls in here. You can see them yourself.
Do you know anything about a guy named Falconetti?
Every runner's heard of the Falcon. He was a legend on heels. Before he was a runner, he fracked with a gang called Error 33.
Falconetti was a 33. Was he part of this TRW thing?
Story is he masterminded it. Core override. Took out the credit record of every adult on the East Coast. Cops never got him. They say he's still out there, waiting to strike again.
I bet.
Yo, where can I get some of that? Do I like this game or Phantasmagoria 2 better? Oh, Phantasmagoria 2 all the way. The navigation on this one is just mind-numbing. I mean, this game has got amazing acting and it's pretty fun in a lot of ways, but Phantasmagoria 2 is just better in every way. It's pretty much Phantasmagoria 2 is pretty much the pinnacle of what you could do with FMV at that time. Now there's been some FMV games that have released recently that are absolutely amazing and show how you can actually do really well with FMV. But it's just a case of like you know, it took a lot of understanding of game design and also better storage to make FMV really worth it. Because let's be honest, what's the point of having a tiny video that's interlaced to shit, running at 25 frames per second, when you can instead have like anything else, right? You could have pixel art, etc., etc. Like, compare Phantasmagoria, even Phantasmagoria 2, which of course looks great, but again, it's still fairly low quality, etc., to something like Mega Man X4, for the PlayStation, which has, the animated cutscenes, they look absolutely amazing. The voice acting is horrendous, but the game itself looks awesome. Or even that. I don't know. But I'm saying in general is that Phantasmagoria 2 for the time is pretty much the best of what you could do with an FMV game. In general, it has some problems, but
Ever hear of Vince Magnata?
Sounds familiar. You'd have to grab the runner's archive well to see if that guy means anything.
I'd have to do what?
How can I access the runner's archive?
Never actually been there myself. It's for senior runners only. I know the address. It's at Anachrony Station. You're on your own with the ice there. It's a bitch.
Okay, thanks.
I like how you could hear the sound of his leather jacket. Um, and of course, here's some little things you can look at. Anachrony Station. Again, she says it, but you can also see it written down there. And of course, you get to see this Claire, Magnata, and Falconetti as they're young. So you get to see Walken looking like that, which is hilarious. So anyway, the next thing that I want to do is... Hey, Ridzi, how you doing? Gonna go to the newsroom. Gonna go talk to my, Should I talk to my boss yet? Nah. I don't have to talk to him yet, anyway. Yeah, I'm just playing a little bit of this. Just decided to say, forget the speedrun and stuff, I'm just gonna do a normal playthrough. Because why not? I'm gonna try my best not to skip certain puzzles. Except for ones that annoy me.
Exit cyberspace.
Like this puzzle coming up is it's just a slider puzzle, so it's not that bad.
Web Runners Archive.
Whoa, that sound is kind of harsh. Alright, so what do we need? Where's the open space? Right here? Luckily, for this game, I love slider puzzles. Wait, you can move two at a time? Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that. Where's... Alright. Where's the B? There it is. And with this demented soundtrack in the background. Okay. This must go. Yep, so that's going to be in the corner. That's going to be in the spotlight, losing my religion. Ah, okay, so what I need to do is this. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's coming together at least, let's see. So I need to get these two, which I think is going to be... Let me test this out. Yeah, so, okay, so that needs to be like this. Boom. Alright. Alright, now here's where it's going to get tricky. I think these need to be down there. Yeah. So then this needs to be at the far end. Okay, so what we'll do is this. Oh yeah, look at that. I love it when flan comes together. Do this. Boom, there we go. Now the password to skip that one is ZZ Top. I don't know why. If anyone who knows can tell me. But yeah, I do like Phantasmagoria 2 better. Phantasmagoria 2 is also better to run.
Claire Lindbergh, 5-year member, gifted cyberspace traveler. Strengths include graphical user interface development in multi-dimensional hyperplanes and first-person post-arcade shooters. Handle, Churchill, Games Author, Hostage Golf, Slipstream, and Hip Hop Mafia. Left web runners after marriage to Joey Falconetti ended in divorce 15 years ago, and the latter was sentenced to prison. Burton Falconetti marriage ceremony of note, due to disruption by another web runner, Vincent Magnotta, who claimed to be in love with Burton.
Yo, I want to play Hip Hop Mafia. Also, keep a note of their usernames because that's also important to finding out who was the jiller.
Josie Dorset, 3-year member, an extraordinary hacker and decker, but one known not to flaunt her cyberspace talents in a pretentious fashion. Handle, Disraeli, Games Author, Alien Mothers, Virtual Twister, and Beach Party Cryonics. Graduate research thesis on the effects of extended decking brought her national acclaim in the cyberspace community. An enthusiastic gamer, she died under very mysterious circumstances. The Josie Dorset case is still unsolved to date. Josie Dorset left behind an ex-husband and a teenage daughter.
Ex-husband and a teenage daughter. Also, Dorset.
Victor Estevez, 5-year member, a highly skilled programmer, decker, and designer. Best known for his controversial past, followed by his personal religious conversion. Handle, Albert. Games Author, SimTeam Runaway Exploitation. Headhunter, New Testament Interactive Volume 1. Sim Noah and Genesis, the ultimate God game. Reputed to be the web runner's programmer extraordinaire. Expert in low-level supercomputer programming, author of several controversial underground games that continue to draw a large cult following. Following a personal religious conversion, Estevez became a senior programmer for Revelation Incorporated, where he is designing and writing a new line of religious interactive adventures.
I love that little detail too, how, it's got like, exploitation game, whatever, and then like the interactive New Testament or whatever. it's this clever little bits,
Joey Falconetti, also known as Falcon Eddie, 8-year member, founding father, an angel, an ace-cracker, a master of cyberspace. Handle, Beaverbrook, Games Author, Collateral Damage 2020, Humvee, Logic Bomb, and Dwarf Tops. Left runners 15 years ago when convicted of murder in the first degree. Conviction was overturned 2 years later when it was discovered that a police officer had falsified evidence leading to the conviction. The police officer suspected, but never convicted of mishandling the evidence, was Vincent Magnotta, a former web runner. Stephanie Jordan, 5-year member, Decker of modest ability, no significant strengths or specialties. Handle, Victorian, games author, trophy wife, and streptococcus. Most notable for the company she kept, Jordan engaged in lengthy multiplayer gaming sessions with Falconetti, Magnotta, and Burton, played no role in the deadly events that tore the formidable trio apart, left the runners due to unknown circumstances.
I like how much more than a record, it feels like almost an exposition dump.
Vincent Magnotta,
Oh, look at him.
Archangel, ace cracker, a master of cyberspace whose talents were exceeded only by Joey Falconetti. Handle, Sir Duke, games author, designer Gene, Hebrew Vice, Copadelphia, and Pistol Party. Betrayed runners' credo that information shall be free by joining the data fascists at the Soho precinct of the United Police Forces. Explosive romantic triangle
Data
members
fascists.
Claire Burton and Joey Falconetti culminated with Magnotta's implicating Falconetti in a murder, and the three of them leaving the web runners.
But you hate data fascists.
Sam Mendler, 4-year member, a Decker of above-average ability. Strengths included interface design and applied gaming theory. Handle, Balfour, games author, Wolfinator, Whorebusters, and President Satan. Mendler's game Wolfinator was a national bestseller. Known for his strong game design skills, Mendler followed up his smash hit with the highly controversial President Satan. Suddenly a target for an angry public and a hungry international media, Mendler left the web runners and retired from the gaming community. Years later, he opened a successful dry cleaning business in the Bowery.
I want to play President Satan.
Renee Stein, 2-year member, known more as a plot writer than a Decker. Strengths included character development, plot tree branching, and artificial personality construction. Handle, Salisbury. Games author, The Heat of Hate City and Bloodnet 3000. Talented writer, designer, and game scenario builder. Left the web runners to pursue a career as a hypertext novelist. She authored 3 acclaimed interactive novels before taking a position at Knopf as a senior editor.
So notice that. Salisbury. What was on her cup? And she was a web runner, along with Magnotta, Falconetti, and Burton.
Claire Lynn Burton, 5-year member, gifted cyberspace traveler. Strengths include graphical use.
So hold on, I want to see something.
Josie Dorset, 3-year member, an extraordinary Victor. Joey Falconetti, also known as Falcon Eddie, 8-year member.
Alright. I was just curious about something because Josie Dorset was a 3-year member, Falconetti was an 8-year member. I was trying to figure out someone's timeline of events. Just because it's interesting. Also, I'm working on fan theories about stuff.
Virtual Herald.
Let's see if there's a new Herald. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, this is actually a good time to check the journal. Nope, nothing yet. Alright.
Incoming WAC transmission.
Mr. Quinlan, this is Stephanie Jordan. I was a member of the web runners with Claire, Eddie, and Magnotta. Professor Beck emailed me, told me you were asking questions about the Ripper.
You know something about it?
I'm in terrible danger. Meet me at the web runners loft. Hurry. There's something in cyberspace I want to show you. If I can find it, it will change everything you know about the Ripper. Hurry!
It'll change everything.
Bad weather had closed the skyways, forcing me to fight the street-level gridlock.
Skyways?
It took me over 2 hours to get there. By the time I arrived at the web runner's loft, I was too late. The Ripper had struck again, Jordan was dead, and Magnata had her body removed.
Well?
The cops just took the body. God, it was terrible, man. I was all decked in, and I was doing the OK Corral, and I was shooting the hell out of the Clantons, and I felt all of this red stuff hit me, and dude, I'm not even thinking about it, because I figured Doc Holliday blowing Frank McClowry open. McClowry's still alive, and shooting Morgan, so I know something's wrong. So I pause the program and take my goggles off. And she was just there, dude. She was just all cut up with her eyes open and looking at me. And fuck, I didn't do this shit, man. I didn't even see anybody leaving. Look at me sick, man.
No. You take it easy, cowgirl. You take it easy. Nobody suspects you of anything. It's all gonna be over with soon.
Incoming wet transmission.
Hooray, Quillen. I never thought I'd see you miss a story.
Why'd you remove the body from the scene, Magnata?
You know, I'm getting tired of answering to you. I'm in charge of this investigation.
The public has the right to know what happened in there.
Not if I don't think so. Maybe I'll leak some information I just found. Interesting stuff. It seems like you were the last person Jordan contacted before she died. Powell, now Jordan. Could really make you wonder.
Oh shit, listen to him.
Man, it was so gross what he did to her. So gross.
So Magnata's pulling some shit. So let's go to Falconetti. Let's talk to him a bit. It's like, so did you hear about the other one getting blown up?
What should I do about Catherine, Eddie?
I went through this with you already. What are you, fucking stupid? Dump in anything you get from the Ripper. I can't do this for you.
I didn't know that you, Magnata, and Burton were all in the web runners together.
Those were the days. Christ, did we have fun. I was the guru. Magnata was the brooding bohemian. Burton was the straight-laced schoolgirl surfing the edge. Too bad it all went down the shitter.
So you and Burton were married?
What can I say? It was the perfect day. Magnata fucked it up.
How do you mean?
My wedding day. I knew he had the hots for Claire, so I didn't invite him. The bastard turns up anyway. You know the part where the judge says, anybody got anything to say? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Magnata was holding his peace, and he had a lot to say.
You mean he interrupted the ceremony?
Yeah. And after we threw him out of there, he turns up the party afterwards, like nothing happened. Walks up to Claire, asks her to dance. She looks at him. She looks at me. I say, get the fuck out of here! And he goes nuts. My wedding day. Took 4 guys to pull him off me. 5 guys to pull me off him. After that, nothing was ever right.
See what I mean? You kind of feel for Eddie, you know, because like, yeah, he's certainly rough and tumble, but at the same time, like, you know, is any of that really his fault, you know? But then again, there is an implication that Claire was also seeing Magnata as well, so.
You know, the Ripper struck again.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
You got her, huh? Who'd he whack?
A woman. Stephanie Jordan.
Big mess, like the others?
Doesn't that name ring a bell?
Never heard of her. More importantly...
Well, she was a member of the Web Runners back when you were hanging with them.
Ah, yes, I remember, yeah. Skinny chick. Kind of quiet. Not into my idea of fun.
Sorry you so broke up about it.
Hey, he's got his priorities. He's got his preferences. What can you say?
You here to join up? Not a moment too soon from the looks of you. Interested in weights, aerobics, racket sports. Personal tip. Start slow.
Thanks.
All right, she need to calm down.
What do you know about that woman over there, Claire Burton?
Dr. Burton? She's been running 10 miles every other day for years. Real serious. In and out. No chit-chat. Runs the Victorian London course on the treadmill.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. Like, they're like two-dimensional, too.
Not really. The terminal on the counter has some information if you're interested. Are you interested?
All right. Why is it every woman is a little interested into him, huh? It's that coat, man. I tell you, it's that coat. Guy Abadaka? Guy Abadaka? See that name? Guy Abadaka? Guy Abadaka? Guy Abadaka. Keep that in mind. Zeke. Got old Zeke over here. His employer's Jackie's Fudge. What a great job to have. No wonder he's coming to the gym. 5'11", 180 pounds, body fat 20%. Exactly. It gives him aura, exactly. 6'8". Oh, I didn't see Guy Abadeka was... That straight up says 6'8". This dude's a fucking giant. Holy shit. Guy Abadeka. That's the Ripper right there. That's the giant, man. And you got Claire Burton, got her address. And also, what's interesting is that if you don't find out through the Web Runners thing, if you come here to the gym, you get this. This is where you can find out she was married to him, because it says Joseph Falconetti, relation to client, spouse. And then old Gigi Flowers over here, Abadeka. Employer Mantis Zippers, Mantis Toboggan. In case of injury, notify Skip Flowers. Who are these names? My favorite's Guy Abadaka, though. The 6'8" monstrosity of Guy Abadaka. Imagine if he was a doctor. Dr. Abadaka. Yeah, just look at the GIF of her doing the thing. And you got look at this person in the back. They're doing some Wii Sports stuff, too. I mean, it looks good for the time, but it's also, you know...
You run, Quinlan?
Only for a story.
You're making me nervous standing there in that coat.
See the coat, man.
So, you used to be married to Eddie. I mean, somehow I can't picture you two together.
Took you long enough, Quinlan. Biggest mistake of my life.
How long did it take to figure that out?
About 5 minutes. 6 months for the lawyers. 15 years to forget.
It's like, oh wow, so she got married to him and then just instantly regretted it. Okay. Sounds like she could have probably done better to not say I do, you know what I'm saying? But notice how she's like melodramatic in everything she says. Like he asked her just a fairly straightforward question, and then she does this long little diatribe. She's so melodramatic. It's pretty funny actually. It's funny, but it's entertaining, you know.
Why are you obstructing Powell's treatment?
not. I know what I'm doing. Eddie may be a genius, but he's crazy. If your girlfriend dies because of him, it'll be my fault.
What's up with you and Magnata?
He brings me patients, throws his weight around the hospital until I throw him out. That's our relationship.
Well, I hear there's more to it than that.
He's a man with a grudge.
Grudge against who?
Who do you think?
So you were a web runner?
15 years ago when I was a kid.
So that's all it was, kid stuff?
Actually, it was exciting. I learned more about cyberspace there than I did in school. But basically, it was all about games. And I grew up.
So you and Eddie were friends with Magnata?
Friends is pushing it.
Look, I would appreciate an honest response. I know that you were all members of this web runners thing. What are all three of you hiding?
What makes you think we're hiding anything?
Oh. 3 people involved in a murder case all just happened to hang out together 15 years ago?
Stranger things have happened.
Right. Why was Farley fired?
Farley was fired?
You didn't know?
No. I didn't. I like Farley. He was a good pathologist.
Well, don't you find it mildly interesting that they'd fire him in the middle of the most celebrated murder investigation the city's ever known?
It doesn't make things any easier.
Did you hear? The Ripper is killed again.
That's a line I've heard often enough.
Stephanie Jordan. Maybe you know her.
Stephanie Jordan. I haven't seen her for 15 years. Jesus. Same as the others?
Yeah. I know about Magnata breaking up your wedding.
Hard to believe, isn't it? Charming guy like him.
Hard to believe he has a heart. But I think it still beats for you.
When I married Joey, I learned how crazy Vince Magnata is. He became obsessed with me and Joey. That obsession nearly ruined our lives. Now it might kill us all.
You just can't blame him for getting frustrated with her sideways answers. You just really can't. What's next? I mean, I would too, because all she does is just, yeah, everything has to be melodramatic. It always has to be a sideways answer. It's like, how long were you with the Wave Runners? Long enough. It's like, God damn it. You want to, like shake her, like a bad kid. You shouldn't shake kids, though. I'm just saying that as a metaphor.
So this is what you're gonna do? Beat the shit out of me? You like beating up girls?
You know, girl, sweetheart.
If you were a real man, that'd be a compliment.
Ooh, cut me. Let me tell you something. I'll be the worst customer you ever had.
Fuck you.
You think I got time to be polite? I could break every bone in your body.
What do you want?
What do I want?
What do you want? Never been roughed up like this before.
Yeah? Wow. Count your blessings. Ooh, here comes a blessing now.
This fucking performance, man, it's amazing. Not to mention the the Ripper ties, where it's like beating up prostitutes. The implication again. It, I think I have to go to Soap Smokes. Again, it does the sort of, yeah, exactly. It's like, really, dude? Like beating the shit out of like drug dealers, like,
Hey, Quinlan, I hope everything's all right with Catherine.
and assaulting, sex workers,
What do you know about the web runners?
Oh, that's way before my time. All I know is it got something to do with kids on the cutting edge having fun. The guy you really need to talk to is Gambit Nelson. An old gamer, a sea-space entrepreneur. He's been around for years and years. Been known to throw down a few at the Cafe Duchamp.
Duchamp.
I love it. His performance is great too. Everybody's performance is great. Like I said, Karen Allen does a great job too. Yes, it's melodramatic, but that's what makes it entertaining because it comes across as that's the way she is acting, not the actress. Next is I got to go to the Tribeca. Excuse me. It's like, but yeah, you see Magnata, he's sadistic, he's vengeful, obsessive. Falconetti, he's a little unhinged. He's he definitely enjoys doing bad stuff. And he still holds a grudge over everything, right? And Claire, she's self-possessed, she's determined, right? She's ambitious, but also and very guarded, you know. So it's like, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, there's four suspects in total, but we'll get into that later.
Where is Stephanie Jordan's body?
I don't know that name.
She was the Ripper's latest victim. They must have brought her body here.
That's true, but I don't know anything about a Stephanie Jordan. I'm sure there's information pertaining to her on that computer, but it hasn't worked since I arrived. See, Farley probably tampered with it before he left. As you can see, I've removed the access panel. Some of the circuits were burned out. I called for a technician, but it's impossible to get anything done in this place. If you can help me get the computer running, I'll see if I can help you. But that's as far as my involvement goes. I can't afford to lose this job.
I just love this guy. This nervous dude is so great. I don't know why it's so compelling that he's just this nervous dude. So, oh yeah. So you look at this puzzle, and it makes you go, "Oh my God, how the hell am I going to do this?" But if you scanned that document, it pops up here. And so it has this, so basically it explains how to do this. As you can see, you have this beep booping device over here, these little leads and everything. But you see, they have these little circuits that go, they do all that stuff. Anyway, modern computer memory boards require 4 circuits of 4 chips, with each circuit containing 1 6, 1 9, 1 12, and 1 16 pin chip. So you'll find, like, take this one. You try to put that there. That goes there. Doesn't go there. Doesn't go there. So that's a 16 pin chip. And then let's see. Where's one that has the same? ER18. I can't remember which one it is. Hero. See? That doesn't go there. So where's an XDD7? XDD7? That can go there. Can't go there. So you find, oh, hey, this is an XDD7. Boom. So as it turns out, the XDD7, 16 pin. So this 9 pin is a 9 pin, 6 pin, 6 pin. You see XD77. Nope, see that's not it. It's some other combination. There's a way to deconstruct this to sort of figure it out. See, it says chip type XD773966P Pete, just Pete 9RJ must be in a circuit with XDD 73912 Pete 9RJ to function properly, right? So basically, it's telling you the order that you have to put the chips in. Paltorian chips tend to emit weak signals. They should be kept in circuits where the chips are close together as possible. Only the blah 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 blah. Does that exit? So, you know, it seems like a lot of technical babble, but it basically explains you the best way to do it. There's no way to skip it as far as I know of, so I have it on this. That's a piece of paper ASMR, where I can just do it like this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
I think.
Exactly.
There it goes.
Nice job. It's working. Let's see. That's strange. It says here that Jordan's body is in the animal storage room. That doesn't make any sense. They just store monkeys down there for use in experiments. Why would she be there?
Where is this storage area?
Well, you just go through the door in the back of the morgue.
He's got Tourette syndrome.
Mr. Quinlan, please leave before you get me fired.
Through the back door, you say, right?
Please, Mr. Quinlan, just leave me alone. As far as I'm concerned, I never saw you.
He loves torturing this poor young man, but you gotta admit, it's infinitely entertaining. Yeah, basically, if you read the whole document, it gives you the explanation, and you can kind of put 2 and 2 together, right? Especially because all the numbers, they make it look complicated, but notice how there's repeating sets. So, you know. But the best thing to do is, of course, you could sit there and take the time to do it, get a piece of paper, write it out, or you can just get the answer like I do. Look, it's the monkeys. This is where the monkeys from Apor came from. That's the secret of this game. Apor connection. Apor, is that Apor? You playing Apor? It's one of those puzzles that's seems harder because it uses a bunch of because it uses all the numbers. Exactly. Apor origins. Origins.
Damn. Voice lock. How am I supposed to get by this thing?
Just scream into it. That's what I would do. Alright. So from here, there's 2 things you actually have to do to continue this. One is you got to go to her journal, and then you see there's a new one. Something dark lurks behind Claire Burton's professional exterior. Farley told me about some secret project she's conducting in the Metacog, but didn't have many details. Could this project have something to do with the Ripper? I tried to enter the restricted area Farley mentioned. No luck. There's a voice lock on the door. Check with Soap in the library for a way of disarming the damn thing. I'll probably need an audio editor. You have to check that to be able to go to the library well.
You know anything about voice locks?
You mean you don't? Man, where you been? They're basically all the same, but if you're trying to bust into one, all you gotta do is get a sound sample of the owner's voice saying, "It's me, open up."
I don't know why he plays it so funny, but it's alright, because it gives some character. He must be, I mean, he's probably smoking a little bit of the hashish, a little bit of the icky sticky. I mean, he distributes it, so why not, right? A little bit of that icky sticky. I love saying icky sticky.
Dr. Burton, you're gonna have to open up about
Don't
some...
Dr. Burton me. I'm not going to open up to you. This is ridiculous, and I don't have the time.
Come on, just one quote for attribution.
Whatever I give to you is off the record.
There was a great bit about the on the record, off the record stuff. Where, who was it? I think it might have been the guys, the Only Plays guys, something. That were making great jokes about the on the record, off the record stuff. Like, you know, people always talk about on the record, off the record. But it's like, it really doesn't work like that, you know? Like, what you say is what you say.
Exit cyberspace.
And they were making jokes about, you know, you tell a cop, you say, hey, off the record, I killed a bunch of people. But they can't arrest you because it's off the record. You know, it's one of those TV tropes or memes, whatever you want to call it.
Virtual library.
There's no such thing as off the record. But you can start doing that, though, you know.
I could use some help here. You're a human presence, so can I sign out this audio video editor?
Are you a member of the library?
My name's Jay Quinlan. I'm sure you have me on the record somewhere.
On the record?
Here you are. Okay. I'll transfer the editor's files into your decking unit's memory. You can sign them out for 1 month, and then they'll erase themselves from memory unless you renew.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
He won't remember it. Off the record. It's a good meme, is why I like it so much. Because to get to the final part of Act 3, or Act 2, you have to... Yeah, exactly, off the record. It's in my eyes, it's in my eyes, it's in my eyes, you know. Off the record, I've snipped off my pinky fingers. I thought it would get them out. Come on. I would say with something like Z-tip, the best way to dispose of a corpse is using acid and a glass bathtub. But I think, didn't they do that in Breaking Bad, where it's like he used like plastic containers or something and it like melted through? I've seen like 2 episodes of that show. And it wasn't really my thing. I know everyone says it's the greatest thing ever, but it wasn't my thing. I just didn't find it all that entertaining. I mean, I'm sure it's acted well and written well and all that kind of stuff, but You know, I'm not going to criticize it because, again, it's not like if I watched the whole thing, then I could probably give a deconstruction of it. It's just something I couldn't really get too into. You know, and I know people really love it, but... So this is kind of a fun puzzle. So you have...
Don't Dr. Burton me, and I'm not going to open up to you. This is ridiculous, and I don't have the time.
So, what Soap Smoke said is you say, it's me, open up. So, if you do quantize, it splits it even more, so...
Don't Dr. Burton me, and I'm not going to open up to you. This is ridiculous, and I don't have the time.
So, again, what you do is you take this. It's just like when you're doing editing on a video, right? So this is actually kind of neat. So you see don't, doctor, Burton, me. That's right, don't let it in. Don't let me in. Let me in. This is Dr. Burton. I'm not going... I see two. Hold on. Let me remember where I am.
Don't, Dr. Burton, me. And I'm not going to open up. Don't, Dr. Burton, me.
Luckily, you can be a little inaccurate.
This is Dr. Burton. Open up.
Boom. There we go. Open up, open up, open up. It's kind of a neat little puzzle. What I don't like is the effort it takes to actually do it.
I didn't have to be a Pulitzer Prize winner to recognize that I had stumbled onto something big. Apparently, this is an out-of-service subway tunnel, but it looks as though Dr. Burton has found a use for it.
Alright, who's playing the drums down here?
Incoming WEC transmission.
Incoming Schwex transmission.
Incoming WEC transmission. Source unknown.
Dear boss, see what happens when you get too close. Someone dies. She knew me and had something to say. Now she's silent. I'm holding her tongue in my fingers right now, and it has nothing to say. It's dangerous to know me. You've looked into my eyes, and I've seen your fear. It was truly Ripper.
Yep, let's take a look at this. What the hey? Is that the body of Stephanie Jordan? Wheel. So, uh-oh. Oh, it was you? Dang it. How dare you? How dare you send me a Jouex transmission? I was actually thinking about, like, doing that, like, editing it to where it sounds like it says Jouex transmission and then making it something on my channel. I gotta work on those, like audio things or something like that. I gotta fiddle with that, because I think I could have some fun ideas. So sit here and turn on what looks like to be Dr. Burton's sex toy.
Apparently, Dr. Burton was conducting some manner of cyber-cognitive experiments on monkeys. The question was, why was she hiding this in an old subway tunnel? If I'm really lucky, this poor monkey can tell me the answer.
It's how Ape War got started. They were torturing monkeys, and they just got sick of it. They said, ooh, no way, we're not doing this. Wait, not just Ape War Origins, but Ape Warigins. Just one word, Ape Origins. Luckily, this puzzle's easy if you do it on easy. See, you can move these levers, and you can shock the monkey. You get to torture an animal. Isn't that fun? What a game. 10/10 Game of the Year. Hell yeah. It's metal lyrics. Hunger, fear, burning. Yep, you have to try to get these things in the right position. Yep. So it's like, oh, interesting. That's right. Peter Gabriel loves it. So he said she can kill others without touching them like me. it's like, ah, you know, so it starts to come together. So not only is she ambitious, but she's apparently doing evil, torturous experimentation on monkeys. I think she's always at the gym too. In Act 2, anyway. Yeah. It's like, really, a monkey would be absolutely freaking out. Let's talk to her about her secret monkey lab.
What's with this secret lab?
It's legitimate. Just because it's hidden doesn't mean it's illegal. I'm doing some very important work in there, and I'm not talking to you or anybody else about it.
Hiding Stephanie Jordan's body in a subway tunnel. That's legitimate.
No comment.
It would make a great front-page story.
Last time, Quinlan, no comment.
Secret labs, mutilated animals, remains of Ripper victims.
That's enough.
Talking monkeys. You know, I never cited a monkey as a source.
Quinlan, I'd like to help, but scientists just don't release research information like this.
I am not jockeying you out of grant money here, Doctor. I am trying to find a murderer.
Maybe I am too.
Maybe I am too. Are you? Are you really? Yeah, seriously.
Didn't it occur to you that I stormed out of the ICU for a reason?
I don't care. What a psycho. I mean, she's definitely a psycho. I mean, come on. Torturing monkeys.
What do you know about the Stephanie Jordan murder?
I'll tell you, it set Magnotta off. He went crazy when he got back from the murder scene. He was interrogating some pillhead about narcotics rap. He broke his nose real bad. I don't know what got into this guy. It's like he knew this Jordan woman.
I'm pretty sure he did.
You saying he's involved?
Let's just put it this way. Magnotta is definitely mixing business and pleasure with this case.
Yeah?
Yeah, seriously. They it's like, it's totally legitimate. We just have it hidden where nobody can get to it but me. I mean, she's right. If it's hidden, it doesn't necessarily mean it's legal, but it's extremely suspicious. So. Well, I mean, no matter what, torturing monkeys is suspicious. There's no way, there's no two ways around it. Maybe I am too. Ugh. You just want to tell her to get bent, you know? The way he's reading this book, Spoonie made this funny joke about it. He made a couple of jokes about it, and they're all perfect because it's like, you know, see Jack run, run Jack run. He's reading it like really close and stuff like that. Again, like I said, if anyone wants to see a playthrough worth watching, it's his, because his jokes are just on point.
Any luck identifying the murder weapon yet?
I will guess that it's a knife.
Farley says that hasn't been established. Says you don't know what the murder weapon is.
That fat fuck has a lot of crazy theories. It's not rocket science. These people were butchered. You can't slice bacon with a baseball bat.
Can't slice bacon with a baseball bat. Words to live by.
You notice anything fishy about Burton?
Like what?
Like the fact that she's dragging her feet on treating Catherine.
Now you're a cyber surgeon, huh?
Why aren't you investigating her?
What makes you so sure I'm not?
And look how it's got two of things that say marriage. It's because there's two different ways you can trigger this line of questioning.
Did you know that Falconetti and Burton were married?
Yeah, so?
So why didn't you tell me?
It's not relevant to the case.
Well, the fuck, it's not. One of those could be the Ripper.
Look, I'm not an idiot. I read your partner's notes. As far as you pinheads are concerned, I'm a suspect.
Yeah. So like this, you can accuse him directly or back down, but insinuate guilt. Let's see. Let's accuse him
When are you
directly.
gonna put this Ripper case to bed, Magnotta? A person can wonder.
Well, wonder away, asshole. The wheels of justice may grind slowly, but they're moving. They're moving. Get yourself caught in those wheels, Quinlan. You'll be in a lot of pain.
Such a good bit right there. I love it. The wheels of justice may grind slowly, but they're moving.
Why didn't you tell me about the web runners?
What are you talking about?
Your past. Your involvement with the web runners. The fact that you're an ace decker. The fact that you've known Burton and Falconetti for years. I mean, you're all connected. I'm supposed to think there's nothing to this?
If you're making an accusation, swear out a complaint.
Why? So you can lift some more evidence?
You're walking on thin ice, Quinlan. If it cracks, ain't nobody gonna hear you scream when you go under.
Why didn't you tell me about your affair with Burton?
What makes you think I have to tell you anything? Let's just say, what I give you are pennies from heaven.
Oh, so you were playing God when you tried to break up Burton's marriage to Falconetti. The plot thickens, Magnotta.
You just crossed the line. Ask your buddy Falconetti what it's like to be my enemy. A pissed off cop can screw your life up in so many ways.
The acting is... That's right. The acting in this is 11/10, all right? Like, games have some amazing acting, and just something about this is just so good.
Did you know about Burton's secret lab?
Secret lab? You've been reading too much of your own stuff, secret lab.
She's got it hidden in some old subway tunnel. She's doing lethal experiments on animals. Now, I don't know what it all adds up to, but it can't be legal.
I don't have time to weep about sheep. Call the Animal Lovers Hotline.
She has Stephanie Jordan's body there.
All right, Quinlan. For once, you got my interest. I'll look into it. Satisfied?
Let's see, look, since you stole his card, he had to get another one.
Another goddamn security card. If that lazy schmuck Brannon would do his job. Quinlan, I thought I threw you out. Now get the fuck out of here.
But anyway, Void, yeah. It's Ripper, 1996. It stars Christopher Walken and quite a few other actors too. But it's something about the Christopher Walken part of it that makes it the most interesting. I don't think there's going to be any more dialogue lines with Claire. I'm gonna make sure to talk to everybody before I do the thing with Catherine. I think he's done as well, but I just want to double check. I'm gonna talk to my boss too. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, it's amazing. The funny thing is, you would think that something like this isn't obscure, but it's really obscure. I mean, it's abandonware. It's not been re-released on anything. But somehow it's an obscure game.
Quinlan, I hope you have a story ready to roll.
He's...
Do you have any background on Falconetti and Burton?
I don't know everybody in this city.
I thought you did.
Thanks.
Ben, you ever hear of Gambit Nelson?
Yeah, that was another one I gave her. Don't you guys ever share sources?
No, they were sharing sauces. Yeah, seriously, get out of his office, Quinlan. Go do your job.
Why do you think someone would want to kill Wofford?
What do you care? The Ripper story is not enough for you?
No, it's not.
You don't look so good, Quinlan. Don't go tearing yourself up over Catherine. She's in good hands.
He's at least pretty good. Like the first day, if you talk to him again, he'll be like, hey, he's got the Times breathing down his neck, but he actually does care. So last thing I need to do is go to the Tribeca. As you can see, I tried to put in the wrong disc because you have to manually switch discs. Unfortunately. That's the worst thing about this navigation, man. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Magnotta, how you doing? Yeah, the chess puzzle. I decided to try it, and remember, I have puzzle difficulty on easy, and I still got my ass kicked. You doing all right today, Magnata? Yeah, I decided I'm just gonna play it normal instead of speedrunning it today. Just because why not, right? But yeah, my weekend was all right, Void. I spent most of today working on the house and didn't get very far. Yeah, it's like once you kind of like figure out the mindset of the CPU, I did better this time, but I mean, luckily the fact that you can skip it makes all the difference in the world, because then you don't have to really be frustrated with it, especially because you get to enjoy the acting, right? I mean, to be honest, I didn't get a whole lot accomplished. I mostly spent cleaning up, but I'm basically trying to prepare the part of the wall where we have to fix. Uh, we have to fix part of the framing in the wall because it has water damage, to the point that the wood rot has destroyed the wood. So, but we did something at least.
I understand you and Falconetti spun a link to Powell's consciousness. That's a bit unorthodox, but I'll take progress where I can get it.
Did Burton say anything about it?
No, I haven't talked to her yet, but she's probably having a bowel movement over it.
For me to contact Catherine,
I like Paul Giamatti.
I have to deck from here, right?
Catherine's on a closed system. Just her mind and Metacog's internal system, so no one can access her mind from a machine that's off-site. You'll have to use your deck in the port we installed in her diagnostic bed.
But luckily, we're slowly making progress. We still have till the end of the month, because that's when our lease is up. So that should be plenty of time to sort of fix it. Because I got to a point where the edge of it, because see, this part is done on a slab, you know, and so the edge of it has bricks, but they didn't really. They used tar to attach the bottom of the framing, rather than you know, bolting it to the concrete. So what I want to do is clean up the old tar and where these bricks are that's at the edge of it, because it's at the very corner, right? So I want to get some cement and fill in all the holes and smooth it out, and then drill it in there so that it's attached to the concrete, to also keep it from moving around and everything. Like, it's going to be tough to get it exactly right, but the key thing is that I mean, to be honest, when it was built, it was kind of built half-assed, and I think some of the repairs may have been done kind of half-assed too. I mean, you can tell from the plumbing it's been had some half-assed repairs done to it. So, if I at least try, it'll at least be good enough to where it's not going to collapse. Oh yeah, I can understand that, because most of the house that we have is you know, a traditional foundation where it's, you know, on beams and stuff. But it does have two extensions added to it. It has two extensions in like a shop sort of area that was built, and so they were built directly on pavement, so they're on slab. But that's fine because they don't have any plumbing going to them. You know, so that's not a huge problem. Um, you know, luckily, because so luckily all that plumbing stuff we need is under the traditional foundation. So that it's just we have to wait to get the estimate from the plumber to see, because we had one plumbers come, but they were just like, hey, just replumb the whole house, and I'm like, we're not doing that. We're not going to instantly drop 20K to replumb the whole house if it doesn't need it, because the water works. It's just it has a lot of leaks and it has a lot of bad plumbing done to it. I mean, you know. So it's like, we'll spend the extra money to get someone to do a proper diagnostic on it instead of whatever these other people did.
Falconetti and Claire Burton were married 15 years ago. Your notebook tipped me off. Do you remember?
And again, one thing about this game one thing about this game is that it's non-linear, except for certain things that you have to do in order. But for the most part, it's non-linear. Yeah, but it was also like a free diagnostic from this company. You know, so it's one of those ones where they barely even look around. They just basically, you know, just come up with some general stuff. I guess the idea is that they give you a big estimate, and if you choose to do it, they get you financed, and then they do what's necessary, and then you don't have to pay as much. Maybe I don't know. I'd rather have a professional check it out. I'm not saying they're not professional, but we're not, unless we absolutely have to, we're not going to replumb the whole house because we've got to change up some of the electrics too. We got to put a new box in it, a new main panel because it's an older style that was made by some company that's been discontinued because they weren't rated or tested properly. So it's a bit of a hazard.
Burton, Magnata, and Eddie. They were all web runners 15 years ago. You used to know this, Captain.
Yeah, that's how women act around me. But it's also because I typically harass them while they're asleep too. I mean, wait.
Magnata went nuts at Eddie and Burton's wedding.
That was off the
Made a
record.
big scene, threw some punches at the groom, they had to drag him out. Do you remember?
I can't remember. No. I'm too much pain. No, he hurt me. No. I can't see.
Oh yeah. Luckily for us, Rose's grandfather is an electrician. And her stepfather also does electrical work. So it's like we're gonna get them together with me, who I've done some electrical work, super minor stuff, right? I've done some wiring and things like that, but and even messing with the panel and everything. Just not skilled or experienced with it, but the three of us together can fix it because uh, the wiring in the house seems to be fine. They might need some receptacles replaced and stuff like that, but mostly what we need to do is one, move the main panel to an open wall because right now it's in a closet. But the thing is, the wall on the back side is the wall on the other side of it is a bedroom that we won't be using. So we literally just so we can probably just flip it to the other wall so then it's not in a closet, and then just replace the panel. You know. Plus, he can help us like fix other things, like make sure that we have GCFI outlets where it needs to be, et cetera, et cetera. So we can save a lot of money on that. And then if we do that, get the plumbing straightened out, and then fix things here and there, um, bro, we'll be set. It'll be great. Luckily, we were able to get a reduced price because when we got the inspection, we showed it to the house owner, and they were like, "Oh no," and I was like, "Oh yes," and they were like, Okay, I'll agree to this price." So we were able to save. Excuse me, I got hiccups. Save a good bit of money.
Burton has this secret lab in some abandoned subway tunnel. I got this lead from some of your notes. Is this restoring any of your memory?
The hat and cobblestones and clothes. Decked with fog and angels and it's closer. Closer. Oh, I see him. No,
Yeah, we're trying to fix it up before we move in. At least make sure it's livable before we move in.
sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I can't see it. I can't see it.
Because that's the key thing. As long as it's livable, then we can tolerate any random problems it might have. Like, if it has problems here or there, we can deal with that, you know. Okay, so what else do I need to do? I should check this stuff. No surprise that an ace angel like Falconetti has secret wells in cyberspace, but I was able to extract the address to one of them from his brain-dead bodyguard Twig after feeding him a bottle of scotch and letting him come on to me. The well address is Leather Apron. Interesting things there. Doesn't look good for Eddie. Jake almost stumbled upon these notes yesterday. How much longer can I keep my efforts secret from him? Uh-oh. So now you start to see, along with all these other little pieces, that she was doing a lot of work on her own. And apparently, she might not have taken their relationship super serious because she was uh, willing to let someone get a little fresh with her just to get some information, huh? So it starts to open up the story that maybe she was a little bit more ambitious than what Jake seemed to have thought. I'm in Mississippi. Yeah, we'll probably have the spiders in that extra bedroom. And I'm also working on slowly moving stuff in. So that once we get to the last bit, we hire somebody to move the big stuff, like the washer dryer, so we don't have to. Plus, we have so many plastic containers that moving a lot of it is easy. But we're trying not to go crazy right now because if we do go crazy, then there might be too much stuff in the way because we still got to get the master bedroom straight because she wanted to remodel that whole thing. The you know, so she wanted to paint it. It had these weird slatted closet doors, you know, the ones that like fold as you open them. I don't know what those are called. One of them was hanging anyway, so we just took it out. She didn't like the carpet, plus it was old anyway, so she ripped that out. It's actually got hardwood floors under it, but we've got some nice hardwood that she wants to put in there instead. So instead, she actually looked into doing frameless. Like instead of having closet doors, she's just gonna have them be open. So instead of having the frame and just having no doors, because that looks ratchet, we ripped the frames out, and so then we put some drywall up, and then we're you know you know basically mudding the whole thing. So basically, it's gonna be perfectly smooth edge, right? Yeah, I hate those closet. I hated them because it's just like they're such a hassle, and if anything goes wrong with them where they fall out or whatever. I mean, I know it's kind of an... Yeah, seriously. They're good for movies, though, because Blue Velvet and Silent Hill 2 makes a reference to Blue Velvet. Ah, I forgot to mention that in Mask's playthrough. When he goes to the scene, you know, when he looks through the slats and sees Pyramid Head, that's a reference to Blue Velvet. But, you know, it's also used in The Crush. It's actually used in quite a few movies, because you can kind of see through them, you know. So you're, like, hiding and or whatever. Very interesting. But notice it's always associated with some kind of horror too, right? But yeah. So we decided to go completely frameless. So it actually looks really good once we get it painted and stuff. It's gonna look nice because it's gonna be perfectly smooth. So this, I know this puzzle. It's like you have to figure out what clicking each of these does, because they all have a unique thing that they do. So you have to figure out how to put that together. Oh yeah, Blue Velvet is so amazing. I love David Lynch, of course. I mean, look at my Twin Peaks memes. Of course I do. Is that it? No, that's not the chin one. Oh, good lord. I'm gonna try him. I'm not gonna give up easily. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so that's the one for that. Yeah, but of course I'm a huge David Lynch fan. That's why I have all my have all my memes and all that kind of stuff. You know, you gotta have them. Is that it? No. Is it this one? Does that fit? It doesn't look like it does. It's hard to tell because the colors are all so, yeah. The colors are all yeah, I love it. He does such good work with stuff, you know. I almost have it. Wow, so the only thing I can do is swap it with that. Wait. Okay, okay. I love mo of the stuff of everything I've seen. There's still other things I need to watch, like Inland Empire. But I'm not super keen on it because I know it's like very, very David Lynch. So really, I just need to get the 4 face pieces in here and just get all this stuff moved around. So that goes there. Wait, hold on. Do that. Do that. Do that. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to get it now. There we go. I can't believe I solved it. This thing, it's not even like a normal slide puzzle. It's like just a shifting puzzle. And I love slide puzzles because I don't think you were here for it, Ozzy, but I did the Web Runner slide puzzle, and I love slide puzzles, so of course I solved it. Because if you got a problem, yo, I'll solve it. You know, check out the slide puzzle while the Juexi solves it. Wait, that's rhyme solved it with solve it. Erase, erase. I didn't say any of that. So anyway, Josie was the first. Victor Estevez got him during a late night at office. A programmer is easy pickings. A programmer is easy pickings. Oof. Sam Mendler whacked him right inside his laundromat after hours. My brain is shutting down, guys. Renee Stein, old Salisbury, died in her village loft. Will Stephanie be next? So of course this is sus because, but it's kind of it's vague enough where you're not sure exactly. So, you know, when it says got him, let's take Estevez. When it says got him, to say blank got him or I got him, you know. So it makes it sound like Eddie's the Ripper, right? But then will Stephanie be next? You know. But it is sus, right? But of course he's interested in it. He's interested in the case. So this, of course, Mr. Lusk, sir, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman, preserved it for you. The other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out, if only you wait a while longer. Signed, Catch Me If You Can, Mr. Lusk. Which is one of the supposedly canonical Ripper letters. Of course, a lot of it is suspected that most of the letters are probably fake, and that the Ripper never actually sent any letters. In fact, there's a good reason to believe that there wasn't a Jack the Ripper, that there was probably just various murders that happened in the area. Because, again, if you look at the history of Whitehall, or Whitechapel, I should say, there was a lot of murders there. There's the canonical 5 is what they called them. But again, there's not a lot of evidence to believe that they were connected, except some minor things. And again, there's things like talking about the kidney and stuff like that. But again, there's... Let me get you hold for just a second. I need to get some water. Anyway, I haven't. I'm not necessarily a ripperologist, but I do read a lot about it because it is super interesting. But I personally feel like most likely that because again, they also got hundreds and hundreds of letters in general about the Ripper. You know, and plenty of people who confess to it and blah blah blah. And more likely than not, it's just various crimes that were happening. It's possible that there's. It's likely that there probably was a serial killer. There probably were some connections. It's possible one or more of the letters may have been legit. But um, again, the problem is incompetence in the police, um, especially because it was a poor neighborhood, things like that, etc., right? And there's also a lot of socio-political stuff they had to deal with, um, like a lot of anti-Semitism in the neighborhood that sort of affected certain aspects of it. Which, if you look it up, you'll find it's actually very interesting. The whole thing, it's super interesting to read about. And Jack the Ripper serves better as a mythological figure than anything else. Because some people will try to bring up and they say, I think this person did it. And there's this one guy that tried to say, aha, we figured out who did it because of this shoal that was owned by Elizabeth Short, or not Elizabeth Short, that was the Black Dahlia. Um, uh, Whatever. Let's, etc. But there's no proof that they actually owned that was theirs or anything like that. Basically, it's a bunch of stuff. You know, everyone wants. It's more interesting as a mythological and just analyzing the stuff like that. I find the Zodiac Killer to be way more interesting because we know for a fact that there were letters sent by that individual. Um, Especially because like the handwriting is exactly the same in a lot of them. The ciphers, um, containing pieces of the cut shirt of one of the murder victims, kind of leads credence to the proof of it, right? Anyway, you see, you got some knives over here. You got the hat, the cloak, etc. So exactly, we know it's Ted Cruz anyway. He can't keep getting. Actually, it's Sam Hyde. He can't keep getting away with this.
Incoming WAC transmission. Source unknown.
Dear boss, I'm having one of those awful days. My mood is foul, and I don't know what I'm to do. Luckily, I have a hobby to keep me busy. Yours truly, Ripper.
Damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button to change discs.
Incoming WAC transmission.
Quinlan, I gotta talk to you. It's important. I'm onto something big.
Let's talk.
Over the air? It's gonna be a public place. Cafe Duchamp.
Duchamp?
Yeah, just go there. I won't be there long.
It reminds me of that bit from Blazing Saddles. No, it's from History of the World. Count de Monet. But Count de Money. But I didn't realize this, that you don't have to view Eddie's will before you talk to Catherine. Because what you learn there. Let me check something. I may have already known that, but I'm going to double check something. I know it's kind of slow, and I wonder, should I go ahead and do Act 3? Could be good for a short stream tomorrow. I was going to stop in the middle of Act 2, but I just felt like continuing to go. I mean, to be honest, most of what you have to do in Act 3 is running around and doing puzzles and stuff. I have to change the title though. I have it say Part 1. Let me check the Ripper photo again and see. Because I think it does change a little bit. See, now it's at 51%. And so it's more clearly showing a face. But you don't ever have to actually check that, so. I'm thinking about doing, one of these days, doing another full Phantasmagoria 2 playthrough. Just because I like the game enough, I'll play through it again no matter what. You know, especially for people who haven't seen it or who are interested in seeing it played.
Between your efforts and ours, Miss Powell's essence structures have been restored by almost a third. This is astounding progress. Have you looked at the Ripper image? Even Dr. Burton can't complain about these results.
Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that.
Okay. I thought I'd check that. So, the Cafe du Champ. That's right, it is the code.
What is this all about? Fired me for eating in the morgue. They said I wasn't maintaining a sterile environment or something. I mean, it's total bullshit. I mean, what do they care if there's a few crumbs or ashes around?
They fired you because of that?
Yeah, well, it was the timing that made me suspicious. Just when I figure out what's going on with the Ripper murders, they pull this bullshit.
What did you figure out?
How the Ripper's doing the murders. I sent a memo to Burton, but I never heard nothing. So I went to talk to her. She wasn't there. So I go back to the morgue, and these security guys, they're cleaning out my stuff. They gave me a piece of paper that says I've been fired for not maintaining a sterile environment. And get this, that bastard, he dumped my sandwich right in the trash. Or at least I think he dumped my sandwich.
Vic, the Ripper. What did you find out about
It goes off about a sandwich.
After I eliminated the possibilities, look, there was no way a hand could do this. No blade matched up. So I looked for a connection between the victims. They were all decked in, Jake. So now I'm thinking cyberspace. I'm looking at their cerebral tissue, and I find small fragments of inorganic nerve impulse code. The way I see it, when they were in cyberspace, somebody found a way to link to their brains and force what amounts to a self-destruct code into their essence matrices so that they exploded.
You lost me, Farley, please.
Let's say you're an astronaut. On Earth, your internal body pressure pushing out is equal to the external pressure pushing in. Now step out of a rocket into space where there's no external pressure, and you'll literally blow apart from the inside. What the Ripper C-Space code does is increase your internal pressure. It's as simple as that.
So how come just the torsos exploded?
Because the guy is a fucking artist. Oh! I mean, he can blow somebody's guts across a room, or he can have them spill right out in front of him. The sliced torso is his signature, just like the original Jack the Ripper. But he's one-upped his namesake. He doesn't even have to be there.
Fuck, it's like the perfect crime. Killing from cyberspace, right?
And if I'm going in there again, not without some protection. You know anybody who's got some illicit C-Space code? I'm telling you, this guy is a genius. If he knows I'm onto something, I'm in trouble. Oh, Christ, my ulcer. I'm not built for this stress.
Vic, you gotta stop eating this shit. I mean, do you really think you were fired because of this? Vic.
Oh, my God, Vic! Fuck! Oh, God!
Insert your jokes about Chipotle here.
There's nothing like a guy blowing up on you to focus your attention. My life was in danger.
Just ask Mia Khalifa.
The day after Jordan showed me what happened to people who knew too much. I had to determine whether Burton, Magnotta, or Falconetti was really the Ripper, and quick. And while I was at it, I had to find out what the hell Catherine had been up to. The fact that the Ripper could kill via cyberspace over time and distance meant that I had to crack this nut or I was a dead man. First, though, I had to keep my ass out of jail.
You and me both, brother.
Get off the table.
catching a killer. Seems like he's been under my nose all along.
You really are crazy. Why don't you get these bracelets off of me, Magnata?
I want to know how you did it. How you killed them.
What are you high on, Magnata?
I want to know how you did it.
Ah, shit! I'm gonna fucking have your badge for this.
I know all about pressure points. The pain's exquisite. Don't leave a mark. Not that I give a damn. Whether I mark you up or not.
Oh, you are fucking losing it, Magnata. And when I run this story, everybody's gonna start thinking that you're the Ripper.
You're the one getting mystery messages from the Ripper. You're the one with Powell when she's attacked. You're the last person Stephanie Jordan contacts. You're with Farley when he's killed. How come the Ripper communicates only with you?
I'm a writer, asshole.
If you ask me, it looks like the Ripper's a sick fuck of a muckraker who can't tell the difference between a pen and a blade.
Didn't this sink in?
And in a
I told
blade.
you that before Farley was killed, he told me that the weapon is in cyberspace. That means that the killer could rip you apart and be sipping coffee in a cafe 1,000 miles away.
You dirty.
Ah, shit! How you gonna explain this, Magnata?
Huh?
Jesus Christ. Psychopath. Also, notice how his knife is the same knife as the cursor.
Self-defense, man. I mean, why'd you hit me, Quinlan? What are you, stupid? Hitting a cop?
I'm gonna smear you all over the front page tomorrow, you sick fucking bastard. Now let me out of here. You got nothing on me, or you'd arrest me by now.
You can walk. For now. But I'm on to you. You hear me? I'm gonna hear you confess before this is over. It's a matter of time. Get out of here. Don't trip. On the way out. Wouldn't want you to hurt yourself.
What an absolute psycho.
After Magnata laid me low, I decided to stay there for a while. After a few days, it became clear that he didn't have enough to arrest me. Plus, I could move my jaw again. I decided to go see Covington Wofford.
Hello? Hello? Mr. Wofford? Mr. Wofford? It's me. Jay Quinlan.
Finally, somebody has a gun.
Help! Don't move. Help! I said don't move. Are you hurt, Mr. Wofford?
Hey, no, I'm not hurt. I'm dead, by God. I'm dead, I tell
Not
you.
quite, old-timer.
It's only a matter of time, I'm telling you.
Hold it a minute.
What?
Probably just a shoulder wound.
Object scanned into database.
Nice little... It's like a Tonto or something.
Now we've got a wounded animal on our hands. That's it for me, I tell you. I'm not waiting to be killed. I know that I can trust you now. Hamilton stored an AI of himself on this disk. It might hold some clue about who killed him. Yeah, who killed him. And I'll upload him into our well. You know the address. You can talk to him yourself. Me! I'm getting the hell out of this city.
I'm getting the hell out of this city. Yeah, seriously. He's like, he's like, this production is bullshit. I'm gonna cut myself at you. Put that scene to Crawling by Linkin Park. Jake, your questions got me thinking about my old pal, Falcon Eddie. I tried decking into his leather apron well and ran the new G. Brown decryption algorithm on the address. I discovered something that you may have missed. There's a journal there that you should take a look at. Whatever you do, don't let on about me hacking in there. I've got a professional reputation to protect, not to mention my life. Watch your back, friend. You're in serious danger. Gambit. My favorite X-Man. Not really. My favorite X-Men character's the Juggernaut, but still, it's a good joke. Good enough, at least. Berets.
What?
What?
Come on, don't tell me you're buying into this shit. You really think I'm the Ripper?
Looks pretty bad, though, doesn't it? Just you and Folly, you wearing his blood like it's aftershave? I mean, what do you expect me to think?
I don't know.
For a hunting man, you keep showing up a lot at the lodge, Quinlan.
Yeah. The chubby guy's gut exploding Christopher Walken bled at me. Exactly. It is a nice knife, though. The only thing is that you scan the knife, and there's only one way that the knife helps. Let me see something. Yeah. So once you know, of course, you can sort of like deconstructing this kind of thing. If you think about it, though, something like this, where it's like they're basically just a bunch of people acting in front of a green screen, is really how a lot of movies are now. I remember reading a story. Now, this is anecdotal. I don't know how true it is. About who was it? What's his face? Ian. What's his name? You know, he played Magneto in the early 2000s X-Men movies. Ian. Can't remember. And you know, he was in Lord of the Rings and all that kind of stuff. That apparently what was it, him or was it? Yeah, apparently had a moment where he was, I guess, overwhelmed by acting in primarily CGI environments where you're just basically a guy in a costume sitting in a green room talking to tennis balls on sticks, you know. Oh, I would believe something like that they would be like, "Hey, that's cheating." And don't get me wrong, I mean, if it's gonna take place in Jupiter, like, yeah, maybe we need a little bit of CGI, but at the same time, it's like,
Well, look who's back. You promised I'd be in the paper. I was expecting page 1, at least the sports page. Cop KO's Penhead in first round. How's your face, asshole?
shoulders hurt, huh?
What's wrong with your shoulder?
Everything's a clue to you, Quinlan. I was interrogating a suspect. I didn't go easy on him, like I did with you.
Also very hypocritical of him to... Ian McKellen, that's it, yeah. Also very hypocritical of him to be like, everything's a clue to you. Really, good buddy.
Where's the missing evidence, Magnata?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we discussed this topic.
Well, did we discuss that the whack belongs to the paper and the paper wants it back?
Well, the paper have to get off its hiney. File a complaint with Judge Lansing. See how long it takes to get a hearing.
So let's head off to Falcon Eddy. But yeah, again, it's anecdotal. I don't know how factual it is, but it is a story I read. And I can imagine it probably is stressful for people who are older actors, who are more used to a traditional acting scenario, you know, or especially someone who might have done theater, where there is no CGI in theater. It's you with a bunch of cardboard sets talking to people, you know.
What are you doing?
Hurt my shoulder. Gotta throw every day or I lose the touch.
No, Eddie.
This scene is kind of
Most likely
tragic to me.
suspect.
You think so?
Well, it's either you, a cop, or a respected surgeon.
Looks bad, don't it?
You got the temperament.
I'm a nasty guy.
And the expertise.
The knives. Don't forget the knives.
Yeah. Looks pretty bad.
See, that you can see that even he knows that he's the most likely suspect, right? That he, and that it does look really bad, right? And he's a little bit flippant about it, but you can tell that he's kind of like, it does kind of suck that, he may be a nasty guy, as he says, but it doesn't mean he's a murderer, especially if it's something that he didn't do, right?
How'd you hurt your shoulder?
What? I was playing with myself. What do you think? I was throwing knives, I threw it out of whack. Recurring injury. No big deal.
So, of course, you see everyone's being injured in some kind of way.
Incoming whack transmission. Incoming whack transmission. Source unknown.
Dear boss, how I long to see your face when his blubber blue. I do have a sense of humor, One must enjoy one's work. Warn your readers that I can strike anyone at any time. No one is safe. Yours truly, Ripper.
That's right. No one is safe. Alright, so this puzzle is solved. I'll show this one really quick. So basically you see this 4 on the side. And then you see 8, 8, 24, 16, 32, 4. I think it's different on higher difficulties. But basically, you see the 4, you divide them by 4 to get the numbers. 2, 2, 6, 4, 8, 1. I've got the easy stuff memorized, so. Look around at his apartment. First off, is that you got Carl Stasiak over there doing his little thing, so he must be a fan. He's got the swirly blue thing. He's got the little transnet or whatever it says. And look, he's got his hypertech chair, his little decking chair. This stuff, some guy named Clarence. So it turns out he's probably a little bit more of a technophile than he let on. Of course, he's been using Eddie's picture to practice shooting. Beer, pizza, spunk magazine. Very nice. And oh, it's Catherine's whack. Also, I think Catherine is named after Catherine Eddowes, one of the supposedly canonical Ripper victims. In fact, I think a lot of the names in this come from that. They did their research. So first things first, let's read that. Let's check the other journal, because I think we've got the last one. I'm getting close, maybe too close. The danger is too great. I've got to end this soon. I'm getting sloppy, too. I still have notes on my whack that I have to transfer to here. It's not safe for me to be carrying that information on me. And then the 7th entry. Magnata, Falconetti, and Burt, when they were with the Web Runners years ago, used to play a role-playing game called Ripper. They were all obsessed with Jack the Ripper. This can't be a coincidence. They played this game constantly, but then it happened. It made them stop playing, and 3 of them don't want to talk about it. I'm convinced that the secret to the Ripper is somewhere in this game. Well, well, well. Well. Let's go to Duchamp just so we can see this surveillance video first.
Incoming surveillance transmission.
No, I'm not going to do it. I won't get involved in something like that, Joey. You already are
involved.
No, stop.
Good to see you, Magnata. What's it been? 15 years? Just like the old days, huh? Me and Claire sharing a moment, you butting in, wishing you were in my shoes.
Knock it off, Joey.
Yeah, before I knock it off for you. You must be out of your mind. Letting a convicted killer in here.
You said fucking psychopath.
You won't beat it this time.
I know you're the Ripper, you fuck. You're not pinning it on me.
That's enough. We don't even know that the Ripper is one of the web runners.
Nah, the Ripper's in this room. You could bet on it. You could bet your life on it.
I'll be too busy watching my back around you two.
You get off.
You too. I got a file on you too, Claire. This time nobody escapes. I'll see you fried for this, Joey. I'll kill you, you fuck. Hey, come here. Come on.
Well, they seem to have a little bit of tension, don't they?
Do you know anything about a Jack the Ripper VR role-playing game?
Yeah, I remember that one. One of the first virtual multiplayer games. Wildly popular for about a year. Lousy performance, clunky graphics, but great gameplay.
No, it's a role-playing game, so people pretend to be Jack the Ripper?
You played Jack, or a police inspector, one of the prostitutes he murdered. There were dozens of scenarios. A company called Warp Space designed it. It's funny, as successful as that game was, they just pulled it off the market, never re-released it. They archive a lot of this stuff at well-addressed Warp.
Seems strange.
Companies usually squeeze everything they can out of their successful titles.
Who are they? Konami?
But Warp Space re-released everything except this one title. Something must have happened.
Sounds like Konami.
Did Falconetti ever play this Ripper game?
He was crazy for it. Big Jack the Ripper night. In fact, I played it with him and his friends on one occasion.
Right. Were two of them named Claire Burton and Vincent Magnotta?
Doesn't ring a bell. But there were 8 of them playing the Ripper game all the time. Men and women. I only met them all in person once. Usually I just met their data angels in the Ripper game space. Everyone had C-space handles like Balfour and Victoria.
That's interesting.
I thought so.
Are you familiar with the Web Runners?
Yeah, I just told you about them.
Yeah, I heard of them. Bunch of chicken shit kids. Think they stand for something, but waste their time playing games.
Did you know that Falconetti used to hang with them?
That's right. Yeah, that fits. Because he was quite a chicken shit himself back then.
I like this Gambit Nelson guy though. He's actually really helpful in this whole game, you know. And he's pretty nice too.
I've been reading your clips in the Herald. You're a gutsy news hound, I gotta give you that much.
Super nice. I love the characters in this game. Most of the characters are actually pretty cool. Like the bartender. Let's have a drink, shall we?
How about a beer? All right. Why don't you try this one? Here's called Quixote. That's from Spain. Well, they say that Picasso drank 50 of these, fell headlong into his blue period on the house. Just nail the Ripper so that my customers can get drunk in public again.
I love it. It's fantastic, you know. Newsroom, why not?
Quinlan, what the hell happened?
I fell on my keys, Doc. Doc? Is Doc the right thing to call him?
Mendelsohn called from the precinct house. He said Magnotta picked you up. Is that right?
That's right. And he was none too friendly. I think he bruised his knuckles on my jaw.
I've got our lawyers on this. If he tries to intimidate you again, he'll have a whole world of trouble. Is there anything else I should know about?
That's right, Dr. Ben Dover. So just packed to come back Thursday. Ugh. Yeah, I understand that feeling. Yeah. Oh. You know, you gotta do all your adult stuff, as they say. And it can be frustrating, but also at the same time.
Someone tried to kill Covington Wofford. I managed to stop it. Got off a shot and nailed the intruder in the shoulder. Had to be the Ripper.
Why would he try to kill Covington Wofford?
To finish the job. I think he killed Hamilton.
But that doesn't make sense. Hamilton was shot in the head. The Ripper uses a blade.
I think there's a lot more to this Ripper than hack and slash. What do you know about Catherine's
Yeah,
past?
I can understand that
I don't
too.
know. You were sleeping with her. Didn't you two ever talk?
Well, we haven't gotten to that part yet.
She
They were
came
too
over
busy
from
knocking
Clara
boots.
in Philly.
Philly? She told me she was from L.A.
No. I'm sure she told me Philly. Her resume was scanty, but her clips were good.
Uh-oh. So they were too busy knocking boots to really talk all that much. And turns out she told him a different story than she told Ben. So you see, it unfolds, the case unfolds or whatever.
Ben, this Ripper case is giving me the fits. How would you cover it?
It's hard to say. In my day, cops were a lot more cooperative, but since they've gone over to this bounty system, they're stingier than ever. Don't want anybody to get that reward. But all things considered, I'd say you're doing a hell of a job.
Ripper's still out there, isn't he?
You are a reporter, Quentin, not a detective.
Someone's got to stop this lunatic.
Well, I'd tell you to stay out of it, but it wouldn't do any good with it. Just don't get yourself killed.
Oh, those K-cups. I'm actually, to be honest, I wouldn't say that I don't like the Keurigs. The problem is that you do have to clean them. And so most of my experience, so we had one for a while, but then we kind of just stopped using it, really.
Incoming surveillance transmission.
Hey, pal. Still playing games?
I can't believe you got the balls to show up here. I want you to leave Burton out of this, whatever crazy shit you got planned. This is between you and me.
Me drag her into this? I'm not the one bringing her the bodies.
She's the best at what she does. I am a professional. You want to kill somebody, try me.
I'd love to. Love to. But I already spent 2 fucking years in jail because of you, and I'm not going back. Even if it would be on such pleasant terms.
I'm gonna nail you, Joey.
Fuck you! The only thing you're gonna nail is your own coffin. After I have a talk with a reporter friend of yours.
Son of a bitch. You talk to that reporter, so help me. I will kill you.
I'll be waiting. Bring your best shot.
And a little bit of animosity, huh? They're a little angry at each other. They need a little goose fraba, don't they? To be honest, the way I generally prefer coffee, I actually really like using a French press. It's just such a good way to make coffee. So we're gonna check out our Rolodex again because we need this information right here. This phone is an important thing to know. I should probably link my Discord too, for everybody. I always forget to even bother doing that. Hold on. To be honest, I usually just better just rolling, you know. I don't think about the what I need to do is I need to like build myself a mindset. Not a mindset, but like a process, you know? I should do that. That way, in case anyone who's interested, feel free to join my Discord. I'm trying to slowly build it up over time, you know, work on it a bit. You know, the problem is because right now my streaming has only a semi-schedule. And I kind of forget to, quote, advertise. Which I should do more of. Oops. I don't want to do that. I want to go to Falcon Eddie's Well first. So let's give old Burgess Meredith the attention he deserves.
About damn time you activated me, you timid old bastard. That eccentric client I had, I think it was the Ripper Covington, and I made this AI to help you deal with that son of a bitch.
Tell me about this lunatic client of yours.
He only contacted me in cyberspace. Sometimes he appeared as a man, and sometimes as a woman.
Tell me about this model cityscape you got here.
Yes, he wanted me to build Whitechapel, as it was 152 years ago.
You didn't bother asking him what he planned to do with it? You didn't know what happened in Whitechapel in 1888?
It was a challenge, and soon after I completed it, I read about that Mendler fella in the Bowery, and I knew it was him. I knew he had struck.
Any idea who killed you?
Well, he had a different image every time I saw him. He could have walked right up to me in the street and put a bullet in my head. And maybe that's what he did, eh?
With something as important to him as Whitechapel, he must have kept a close watch on you.
And watch? He helped me build the damn thing.
I'm not your brother, Wofford. Are you programmed to recognize that? My name is Jake Quinlan. All right, you don't recognize me. Guess I'm coming to Wofford for now. How can I kill the Ripper?
Well, there is a way, Covington. When I realized what that crazy bastard was planning to do, I made a weapon. A weapon. It's designed to flatline the cad while he is in cyberspace.
But where is it? No, give me the weapon. How's it work? What's it do?
Well, the weapon looks like a shuriken made of pure energy. And you would have to confront him in Whitechapel. Get close to him and throw it at his
See you later, Ozzy. I'm sorry, I didn't. It's kind of a chat delay with this thing. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, man. I'm glad to see you. Have a good night.
Now don't stick around here to admire your work, though, because it will overwrite Whitechapel as well. And if you're still there when that happens, you'll die.
There's kind of a delay on Restream. I may have to use something else, because it's really wonky sometimes.
Well, now there are two other things that you should know. Because the weapon destroys itself along with the target, and you can use it one time, and one time only.
In other words, I hit my target, or my target hits me.
And the other problem is obtaining the weapon.
You have a good one too.
I divided the weapon into 3 modules and laid each one inside a secret well. Now, the addresses are Pegasus, Orestes, and Odysseus. Now write them down for God's sake, and when you get to Whitechapel, you'll need to find the software integrator to activate the weapon. Huh? Now you might want to have your fortune told.
What kind of ice did you freeze on these places?
Well, to make it easy for you, Covington, I used some old systems that you made back when you was still working. And you should know how to turn them off. You don't have me to look after you anymore. suppose that's what I miss most about being alive. Good luck, brother.
Last line he ever said in any work before he died. Very sad. He will be missed. But don't have to worry about Kane's will right now. We will check out the Virtual Herald, though. So there's a gourd. Stephanie Jordan, Ripper's latest victim, found mutilated. Can these cows identify the Ripper? Ugh, that's what he works for? Morgue man, murdered. This struck a little too close to home. The last photo of Farley taken by Jake Quinlan. Brother of latest victim criticizes police incompetence. So he it's like...
Warp space.
So if you talk to what's-his-face, he talks about warp space, you know. You get to log into this. And this is one of the clues to who's the Ripper. So you see Blade Man, Holmes, Watson, Beaverbrook, Falcon, that's Falcon Eddie, Disraeli, Josie Dorset, you know, Sir Duke Maggs, Magnata, you know, Churchill, that's Burton, and then you see, you know, etc., etc. Then Jack Rip, unknown, illegal logon, game closed and taken offline. So whoever is the last person that logged on before that is the person you're looking for. So there's various clues that tell you that. And again, you get to see, you can take a look at this. President Satan, Genesis, the ultimate god game. Alien Mothers, Virtual Twister. You know, that doesn't do anything, it's just a little something, but
Weapon 1.
It is interesting. I'm going to try this puzzle. See if I can get it. I'm just going to skip that part of it. Okay, let's see. So let's see, how can I move in a way to get him to attack me at the right spot? Dang it. Hey, Balloon Pop, how you doing, man? Okay, let's try this again. This puzzle is really hard, because you have to, like... Because he can move his knights and you can't. And he's always going to play defensively. So if you play defensively, the game is at a standstill. Oh, see, there you go. I'm doing alright, just, decided to grind this out instead of, doing speedrunning stuff with it. I was just gonna play it normal. Plus I had to wind down after all the work we had to put in the house today. Okay, so let's see if I can figure this out. Maybe I can kite him into moving by just doing this. By just cheesing it. Ah. There we go. So you also have to figure out how they upgrade too. That's the other thing. Let me check something. I want to check this guide, see if it tells me, because there's a rate at which they upgrade, you know, and that's what I have to figure out. Okay. Let me scroll this out so I can read it better. Pawns cannot attack computers' knights. They can attack the pawns and dragons. Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting way to do it. Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be Omega, but it ends up looking more like a toilet seat. Alright, so let's do this. Let's try to get my pawns dead as soon as possible. See, that's the problem with this is figuring out exactly how their pieces move, what their pieces can, what your pieces and their pieces can and can't do, because it doesn't play like normal chess. It's meant to be weird chess. That's where you get that problem when I talk about games is knowing exactly what to do, right? Here we go. Okay, so... Can I attack him? I mean, he is a knight, right? So how many spaces can I move? Hmm. Ah. Yeah, see, there we go. Ah.
Weapon 2.
I give it.
Weapon 1.
I give it at least one more try before I give up. Son of a bitch. Alright, maybe I'll give it one more try. Because it's kind of a goofy... It's just kind of a goofy puzzle. Because, you know, you're not really sure what anything is or what it does because it has completely different rules than chess. So it's not chess. You have to figure out the rules, and that kind of goes to the problem that I like that I mentioned about puzzles is not knowing. One of the things is knowing what they want you to do. Here it's clear, kill the king. But then the other thing is not knowing the parameters in which you're supposed to do that. Let me try a different tactic. See, and alright, have a good night. I hope you sleep well. And see, it's stuff like that that's frustrating. It's like, okay, so the computer knows that that my knights can move if I lose all my pawns, right? Computer knows that, so they intentionally try to avoid killing my pawns. And you see, right here, they're not going to attempt to move anything else whatsoever. And see, boom, it's game over because he can't attack diagonally. But the pawns can. So yeah, oh, I'll move my pawn and I go to upgrade it, but guess what? It's still useless because it can only move one fucking space. But the difference is it can attack different people, I think is the thing. But it's like, yeah, but what's the fucking point? Because you can't get close enough to anybody to attack them. And if you try to get your pawns killed, they intentionally try to avoid killing your pawns. I guess you can intentionally kill them by doing this. Because that's what they do. They can kill their own pieces. And see, now I've got this problem, right? See, now I've got the ultimate defense because they refuse to advance. Thank God I have that on video. Maybe I'll actually win it. So I think these guys can actually move 2 spaces. See what I mean? They can even kill their own pieces. They can kill their own pieces. Their pieces have better movement. And they are perfectly willing to play stalemate instead of actually trying to win. Just to avoid you losing your fucking pawns. And see, then this guy over here with the axe is going to attack. Because it means he upgrades. Or no, he doesn't upgrade yet. I think that's what I'm having to do, is attack the king and then force them to kill my pawns. Ah, shit. And see, again, I keep forgetting that they can fucking do that, because it's at an isometric angle. It's a weird fucking shaped chessboard. And again, these fucking pieces move like fucking crazy. Again, and the game has fucking... They can move through their own pieces, too. Okay, let me double check this. Okay, so he can't hit anything right now. There we go. Yeah, retreat, bitch. Okay, now I've got to sit here and fucking think. So if I move this guy forward 2, he's just going to get killed. So that's no good. See, and I can't move at diagonals. See, they're like, hey, the knight's what you need to be able to... Wait, hold on, I can move at diagonals. Okay. Never mind. See, if I move this here, he's going to go back and attack me, so that's no good. If I move it 1, 2... I don't think he can attack me if I move there. Okay, so he still can't attack. Let's see what I can do here. If I move him here, I should be safe because I think he can only move 2 spaces. Okay, so how can I attack this square so that... Okay, hold on. Hold on, how can I get his... How can I attack his king? Yeah, whatever. Fuck this stupid puzzle. And I'm not fucking playing this puzzle anymore. This puzzle is stupid.
Weapon 2. Weapon 1.
Yeah, I don't like this puzzle. Maybe if I practice it and learn or something, I might be good at it, but no. This puzzle is stupid and I don't like it, so... I mean, it's just...
Weapon 2.
Yeah. I mean, especially because the fact that they play they are perfectly... There's nothing worse than a computer that intentionally plays to a stalemate, right? Because the problem is that a game is designed for you to compete against somebody who wants to win, right? Playing against someone who plays a stalemate, they don't have anything to lose. So when they want to play, it creates a problem of they already have an advantage of being a computer versus a human, right? So they can, especially with like a limited number of moves, they can analyze every possibility within a few seconds, right? And so then you also tell them, hey, you don't have to try to win, you know? Oh, and the fact that they have completely different rules, the fact that he can kill his own pieces is also ridiculous. It's a stupid puzzle, so. Like, come on. Ugh, I'm so bad at this. There we go. I'm just gonna skip that cutscene. Excuse me. Yeah, that chess puzzle is just stupid. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of chess anyway, and I don't like the idea of having to play a chess game against somebody. It's also why I don't like that microscope puzzle in Seventh Guest. Because you have to play against an AI. At least there you have the same rules. And it's just games like that I just have trouble with, so. Okay. I keep hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. So first off, if you notice that knife that you found in a Japanese short, bought at auction 2029. Interesting. So we're going to start with this. The BR Living Complete Book of Home Repair, because fix, home repair. Let's see, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 spaces. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 senses in this. So the next one is I have laughed when they look so clever and talk of being on the right track. So let's see. So, I don't think any of those match. Okay. That joke about Leather Apron gave me real fits. Let's look at that. Oh, I had no fucking clue then. I am down on whores and shan't ripping them till I do get buckled. Okay, this is another puzzle I have no clue about how to do. I know how to do it. It says I have laughed is for auto racing. What? The open road. History of 20th century auto. So I was right in that it's every sentence. Oh, the right track. Because a racetrack. Okie dokie. See? Okay. That joke about Leather Apron gave me real fits. Fits. So it's either the joke or the fits part of it. Or a leather apron. Yeah, I'm not sure there either. What does it say? Epileptic? Oh, because of an epileptic fit. Ah, okay. Okay. And of course I'm using a guide because it's either that or skip the puzzle entirely. I am down on horse and shan't quit ripping till I do get buckled. So he's down on horse and shan't quit ripping until I do get buckled. So it could be the Mark de Sade, maybe? Slasher slayings. The Duchess in the Clock Tower, maybe? What does it say? Neo New Age. Tearing down the... Ripping. Yep, I understand. I'm probably going to go to bed not too long myself. I'm going to try my best to finish it. You have a good one, Void. So I guess it's ripping and tearing down the myths, right? You see where I'm gotten kind of frustrated with this whole thing? Grand work the last job was. Okay. Grand work the last job was. The last job? Job, maybe? Grand works. Like Macbeth? The last job was. Earn thousands? Grand work. The last job was. Okay, so it is thousands. Okay. So I was thinking either grand work, the wild woman, the ripping and the tearing. That's right. So I had one of two. I was either grand work in the idea of the grand works of Shakespeare or grand work as in earn thousands because you're working. So again, it's the adventure game thing. You're expected to spend a long time on these puzzles. Of course, I don't want to do that. So I gave the lady no time to squeal. So is it the lady, the time, or the squealing? Right? The lady. The Duchess in the Clock Tower. That's most likely what it is. So I'm still gonna check though. Aha. Okay, cool. I was right. Alright, I'm getting it. And of course the problem is that you won't be able to solve that. It's again another problem is that this one isn't super unclear because it has the poem, but then it has the knives, right? Or the knives or knives, swords, whatever. But it may be hard to figure out exactly what you're intended to do here, and that's one of the big problems. So let's also look at the Dictionary. Mickey Lynn, Great Legs, Psycho Bitch, Loves My Knife. Woohoo, Barbara Dean, She's a Screamer, Great Legs. Both of them 5 stars, very nice. Trish Carson, 2 stars, one word, ho. Ellen Swan, She Thinks Three's Company, 4 stars, very nice. Vicky, Riding Crop and Can of Crisco, that's all he had to say, but she's only 3 stars though. Now, an interesting bit is that Huh. An interesting bit is that this is different depending on who's the Ripper. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so but the biggest thing is that it's also not clear what what you may have done wrong. Because once you get them all on there, then you're like, oh, well, it could be any of them. It could be all of them. It could be none of them are wrong because they have to be the right ones in the right place. So, how can they catch me now? So yeah, how can they catch me now? Virtual fly fishing. That has to be it. I'll double check it in a minute. Till I get to the next one I'm not sure about. I love my work and want to start again. Wait, is that an actual sentence though? You will soon hear my funny little games. Short excursions into VR role playing. Let's check both of these. Fly fishing. I love my work is Phoenix. Start again. Phoenix. See, it didn't have a period, so I wasn't sure. Hi, Turbo Dog. How you doing, man? Yep. Phoenix. Yep. So I got the role playing right. So let's see the next one. Yeah. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write, but went thick like glue and I can't use it. Yeah, same here. I'm gonna finish out this game so that I just have it in one place. So, uh, hemorrhaging. Okay, blood. Yeah. Okay, that's reasonable. I mean, it's a long sentence, but oh, yeah, you never expect a Ripper. It's just like the Spanish Inquisition. Thick like glue. Could be something with glue, but red ink is fit enough. Now this is one I know because it's also super weird. This because it's one that's really detached. Red ink is actually deficit spending because I remember this being one that that people have bitched about because it's like you have to think of red ink as in when writing a ledger, like a financial ledger, um, deficits would be written in red ink. So, so as to mark them. So that one is like really weird. And people a lot of times are like, yeah, being in the red. Exactly. Because that's where that came from. Right. Um, so it's one that would be that's very far removed versus all the rest of them. The next job I shall clip the ladies' ears off and send them to the police officers just for jolly, wouldn't you? So ears are jolly, or yeah, ears are police officers, or clipped. It could be keeping sharp. No, ears. Van Gogh. Here we go. Because of his ear. Uh, keep this letter back till I do a bit of work, then give it out straight. Keeping sharp, because keep straight like a knife. My knife is nice and sharp. I want to get to work right away. Oh, that's all one big sentence. So yeah, it is the knife one because my knife is nice and sharp. Then good luck. Well, the rabbit's foot one. Rabbit TS foot. There we go. Well, I got half of it at least. Yep. and so I'll get the last page. And there's also an extra page depending on who's the Ripper too. So I'm going to get the last weapon, and I think it's about time for me to skedaddle because I'm starting to run out of energy because it's been about, holy crap, it's been 5 hours. Oh my god. Yeah. I could have probably guessed it just because of the lack of energy I'm starting to display. Because like when I did my Phantasmagoria stream, I figured out that 5-6 hours is a bit too much for me. I probably should have cut it off before I started collecting, after I did the Wofford thing, but whatever. Come on, one cycle. Come on. It's hard to aim when you're bad at this game. Yeah. I love this. I love how after you beat him, you get that rock music and he just flips them off. It's just a unnecessary detail. Plus, there's a lot of cutscenes left, so... There's a lot of cutscenes and still some more puzzles. Alright, save game. Place game. Live stream. There we go. Anyway. That's all I'm going to do for today. I thought I was going to do a shorter one, but then I just decided to go, and this game is overall pretty fun for the most part. The acting, etc., etc. I do like it. Maybe I'll continue it a little bit tomorrow. Maybe I won't. I don't know. Either way, thank you guys for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to like, comment, subscribe if you like it. If you want to check out my other content. If you're on Twitch, be sure to drop a follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mask of Games, for rating. Whether or not you're still here, I will give a shout out. Bloomaloo also dropped in, and I'll give him a shout out as well because he's awesome. My whole crew, they're awesome, so I got to give them credit where credit's due. Etc., etc. Now let's see. I've got 6 people watching, so it's a good time to do a stream. I'm going to do a raid. First, let me find out who's playing what. Someone is playing Phantasmagoria 2. That is the perfect thing to raid, because I love Phantasmagoria 2. We all know that. Aw, man, they have a verified accounts only chat. Can they be rated, though? If they do verified accounts only, they may not be rateable. Oh well. I can try. What is that? Ally the Ninja. Let me try it. Let's try. I can rate them. So anyway, if you guys like what you see, be sure to drop back by. Check out any of the associated people as well. And thank you so much for joining me. Have a good one.